get this mic turned up a little? You got this? Okay, good. Hey, welcome everyone. It is the Reno City Council meeting, and we're here on May 22nd. We welcome all of you. Just a few items of housekeeping before we jump right into our agenda and do our pledge and everything. I just want to announce that we've had a request for a time certain. In case you're here to speak about wild horses, we're going to be taking item D5 at 11:30 at time certain. So just bear that in mind. You can speak whenever you want, but during public comment or later during the item. And then I just want to mention we'll be doing some proclamations right before public comment. And we are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Pat Cashel to lead us in the pledge.
Pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. And Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you. We're calling roll for Wednesday, May 22nd, Reno City Council meeting. Councilmember Breckus, absent at this time. Dewar.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert, absent at this time. Taylor. Reese.
Here.
Sheeby, absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, and again, welcome everyone. It's great to see everyone. We're going to turn to public comment, and I'm going to ask our clerk to read a disclosure, but I think before we do that, we're going to take couple proclamations right at the front. But Madam Clerk, if you could read the disclosure so people can get that in their minds.
Okay, great. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings. https://LINKS://gov/CONFL//CIL05-22. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
All right. So make sure that you sign in for public comment if you wish to make public comment. And then we're going to start with our proclamations. We have 2 today. Our first proclamation is being presented by our City of Reno Public Works Department honoring the National Public Works Week.
Hello. I'm very honored to be here today. I'd like to take a moment to recognize National Public Works Week. Celebrated around the world, this week is an opportunity to celebrate those who work in public works field and educate our community on the importance of public works. Planning, building, managing, and operating the heart of our cities to improve everyday quality of life. The theme this year's event is Advancing Quality of Life for All. Public Works advances quality of life by providing infrastructure and services in transportation, water, wastewater, stormwater, public buildings and spaces, parks and grounds, emergency management, first response, and right-of-way management. No matter where you live, public works professionals provide essential services that lead to healthier, happier, and more vibrant communities. I'd like to invite Vice Mayor Dewar and the following members of the staff to come up and read our annual proclamation. Roy Flores, Katie Harrison, Zane Copenhaver, and Kyla Garcia.
Whereas public work professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, emergency management, and vital services for sustainable and resilient communities, public health, quality of life, and well-being of the people of Reno. And
whereas infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other facilities essential for our citizens. And
whereas Reno's Maintenance and Operations, Public Works, and Utility Services Departments maintain 755 miles of roads, over 800 miles of sanitary sewer pipes, 600 miles of storm drain line, 30 sewer lift stations, and more than 200 buildings, 850 vehicles, and 315 traffic signals. And
whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the biggest little city to gain knowledge and maintain ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works programs, and the role that its professionals have as first responders in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th Annual National Public Works Week. Now therefore, I, Kayla Garcia, on behalf of Hillary Sheeby, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare May 20th through 24th, 2024 National Public Works Week.
all right, hey. Why don't you come up here? Yes. Why don't we get it down?
If all of our public works people could join us up front.
Okay, we need 2 rows.
We stand back.
Okay, we need to move up a little. We need 2 rows.
For the public works.
We need 3 rows. Short, one back. No. How are we doing? Is this gonna work? That was a joke. Stand on a chair?
Oh, I'm telling you, there's a lot of you, so. Everyone, look over here. 1, 2, 3.
All right, thank you guys. Tremendous job. Thank you all. Congratulations. Good job.
Hey, John.
That was an amazingly coordinated presentation. It's a representative of the kind of work that Public Works does, to be able to have that seamless handoff. And we're now going to go to the other extreme, and we're going to call up Emily Kidd, who is a department of 1. 2. Okay, now she has 2. I was joking. 1 for a long time, 2 now.
It is quite a contrast, yes, I agree. Okay, so thank you. For the record, Emily Kidd, I'm here with Rob Miller, staff auditor. We are a mighty team of 2 now. I've been here 8 years and I've been advocating for staff and I really appreciate the support. It's been going really well and we're able to get quite a few more audits out the door for you to see. So here we are for our proclamation. Whereas internal auditing is an independent consulting activity function that is insightful, proactive, and future-focused, adding value to both public and private sector organizations. And whereas Governing bodies and senior management rely on internal audits for insight and objective assurance that existing internal controls are adequate to mitigate organizational risks, that governance and risk management processes are effective and efficient, and organizational goals and strategic objectives are met. And whereas internal auditing is an established profession with globally recognized code of ethics and internal standards for the professional practice of internal auditing. And whereas internal auditing is an increasingly sophisticated and complex activity requiring specialized knowledge, training, and education. And whereas we recognize the important role of internal auditors and the positive impacts of the internal audit profession in promoting efficiency, accountability, effectiveness, and organizational success. Now, therefore, Emily Kidd, on behalf of Hillary Sheedy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare May 2024 Internal Auditors Awareness Month.
Yay. Thank you, Emily. And thank you so much. You do so much good for the city. You make us better in so many ways. Thank you both for being here, and congratulations on this recognition. Let me ask Madam Clerk. I think we need to turn up, Madam Clerk, all of the mics, not just mine, which I've already heard. And we may have to turn up our new mic because it's pretty hard for us to hear up here. Okay, so is that something we can do? Okay, great. All right, so we've had our proclamations, and let the record show that Councilmember Megan Ebert's joined us. Welcome. And then we're going to turn to public comment now. Madam Clerk, if you could lead us in who is to speak next.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Our first public commenter today is George Campione, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Turn this on?
We have to see Jerry, yeah. Just put it on and we'll go ahead and take care of it.
Okay, so it's gonna go, okay. My name is George Campione, and I live at 301 Gentry Way, Unit 302, Reno, Nevada, 89502. What I'm here to talk about today is blight, okay? Blighted, basically. How have a severely detrimental effect on safety environment. Most of you know about blighted things, like the Courtyard Inn, all right? Yeah, that's what I call blighted. What do you call that, a blighted car? Huh? And you should have gotten an email, okay? And all these pictures. This was actually taken yesterday, all right? When I got in confrontation. And this is his RV that's been sitting out for over a year, all right? Yeah, that would be your roof of a house. All right, that's like Kelly Wilson going into the Desert Rose, poking at the floor, poking at the window, saying, "Oh, and the ceiling's falling down." That's what that is. All right, the same thing. Jacobs got that destroyed. You guys helped him get that blighted out of there, didn't you? Help me get this blighted off our city streets, would you? All right, that's what I'm asking for. All right, and what pisses me off most is the person doing this blighting is part of my community, okay? He has his name. His name is Jeffrey. I can give you his full name. He lives in 208 on the same address. His unit is 208. He's got 3 cars, this RV, the blue Ranchero, and some gray Mercury, all right? He is destroying my community, all right? That's all there is to it. And you are just turning a blind eye. On the 20th of April, I had stopped a policeman, and he took his car over to where the Ranchero was, read this note the guy has put on his RV saying, "I'll be there," on his Ranchero, "I'll be there in 5 minutes if you call me. I took off the steering wheel because I don't want it stolen." Okay? Yeah, right. You're going to steal something like this. All right? It's all BS. And when I confronted him yesterday because he saw me taking pictures of his vehicle, which I am at all rights to do, okay? I told him right then, he says, it's registered. I said, show me the registration. He wouldn't. So guess what? He's a liar. And that's what I called him, a liar. All right? These people are driving around with pure immunity. All right? They do not believe they need to go by the rules.
Sir, can you address your comments with us, please?
That's right. And the point is, okay, the police are not stopping the cars on the road. This is causing us to live with this stuff. And the point.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, you've identified an issue that many of us are aware of and we're continuing to work on. What is our next?
Terry Brooks, followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Pat Cashel.
Terry, you'll notice that there isn't a microphone in front of you today. It's in the sky now, so I just wanted to make sure you knew that it's still there.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'm sharing my presentation about culture and education when it comes to discrimination. People who discriminate try to prevent other cultures from going to school with those of their own cultures. And when they have prevented the others from being educated, then they criticize others for being less educated. Some people of some cultures value education more than people of other cultures value education. Those who discriminate try to deprive others from receiving what will help them to thrive. Everyone deserves to receive an education. No one deserves to be victims of discrimination. People of different cultures have learned different things, and that is the benefit of what diversity brings. They have learned a lot from time that they have spent in different situations in a different environment. They have learned processes of kinds of adaptation which become a major factor when it comes to education. Today, several colleges offer classes for students to study abroad, where they can learn from other cultures by studying abroad. When we interact with other cultures, we become stronger together. And when we learn from other cultures, we become a lot smarter together. When we listen to each other, each one of us finds that in the act of doing so, it opens all of our minds. And by listening to each other, we not only learn, but in the process of doing so, we also learn how to learn. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I've learned what I should say.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was beautiful, and I like your name tag. What does that say?
Equality is greater than division.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening.
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Pat Cashel, followed by Chris Brown.
Okay, hurry. I notice there's no water up here. Can I have one of your waters?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put you on the spot. Okay, my name is Gerald P. Mifsud. If you punch that in on the computer, punch in the word San Francisco police officer after that. 2 years ago today, 2 years ago today, I was thrown out of here because I was inappropriately dressed. I was wearing this shirt, and don't tell me what direction to talk in, okay?
No, I got to, because
No,
that's part of our
You're not gonna
council rules.
interrupt me.
No.
This is a public comment, and I'm speaking to the public. I was removed from City Hall because Devin Reese thought I was inappropriately
Jerry.
dressed.
Jerry, the rules are clear to please address us.
Please, don't interrupt me.
I am going to interrupt you
No.
until you address us.
So anyway, I was removed by a Reno police officer at the behest of the soon not to be mayor, Devin Reese. 2 days later, I was rushed by emergency to the hospital. 2 days after that, the city clerk's office was called. Nikki, your office was called by the security guards, and told to call me up and say, your CDs are ready, and by the way, you're barred from City Hall. Who authorized the City Hall security guards to do that? Was it you? Was it that guy over there with the bald head, or was it the mayor? Somebody, and that's like Gestapo stuff. You see this stuff with Trump, the worst president we ever had, talking about the Third Reich. Well, you have Nazism here, right here in City Hall, when people are using the City Hall guards to attack me twice. I was barred once, and I was put on the City Hall watch list. Both those things didn't exist. I'm wearing the same shirt I wore last time 2 years ago. Why aren't you saying something? Oh, Mr. Big Mouth.
Jerry.
You had me thrown out of here. You had me thrown out of here because I wore this shirt.
Jerry, can you?
You can't comment
Can you
because this
moderate
is my
your comments,
job.
please? Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize for calling you a big mouth. Anyway, I'm wearing that same shirt. What are you gonna do about it?
Jerry,
It's
we're
good to see you
not,
speechless.
we're not here provoking fights, okay?
What? Who's talking?
That's me, the vice mayor.
Oh, you're the vice mayor now.
I have been for
Did you change the
8
charter?
months.
He was the vice mayor, and now you're the vice mayor. What kind of deal did you make with Hillary? And where's Hillary today?
Sit down.
Who said that? I thought I heard somebody say sit down. Anyway, where's Thornley? You booted him out? You were appointed by Oscar. You shouldn't have been appointed. I thought you stopped this appointment stuff. What am I hearing? Am I hearing something? Is somebody from the audience talking?
Thank you, Jerry. What's our next comment, please?
Pat Cashell, followed by Chris Brown, followed by Yale Spina.
Okay, Jerry, please sit down.
Yelling from the audience here.
Not sure how to follow that one.
You were? Was I conscious?
Jerry, would you not speak to our other attendees, please? Okay. Okay. Why don't you go ahead, Pat?
Welcome, Madam Vice Mayor, City Council members. I am honored to stand here in front of you as the new CEO of Sky Tavern. Pretty much my dream job. I landed my dream job. I get to ski.
I know. Can you just hold on a minute? So with our new speaker system, we're having a pretty hard time hearing the speaker. I don't know if they were able to turn it up in the back.
I think they did adjust the volume, but for the time being, can we just go to the wireless mic, Danny? Okay.
Okay.
We can't hear.
I know. I'm trying to get it addressed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Be gentle.
Thank you.
All right, let's start again.
Start again. Madam Vice Mayor, City Council, I'm honored to be standing here in front of you as the new CEO of Sky Tavern. What I call or consider.
Let us pause for a moment, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can we get a read on, is this mic working, or can we turn up the volume there?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Much better. Thank
Okay. We good? You want me to start all over
Yeah,
again, or do you want to keep
I
moving
do.
forward?
Third time's a charm here.
Madam Vice Mayor, City Council, I'm honored to be standing here in front of you as the new CEO of Sky Tavern. It's a place I consider to be Reno's Field of Dreams. I truly do. I've been there since March 1st, and what I've witnessed and what I've seen there is magical. Not only is it home to the Sky Tavern Reno Junior Ski Program, but it's also Reno's biggest city park. I'm not sure everybody knows that. And it's been underutilized for the past few years. And I can tell you, in a minute, I'm going to introduce the team that's working with me, but we're determined to make it a bigger part of our community. And with the help of the city of Reno and the community at large, I think what you're going to see over the course of the next few years is short of amazing. So with that being said, you all know who I am, but I would like to introduce the new COO, Chris Brown, if you want to come up. And then also, I'm going to let Yale talk more about Sky Tavern and its mission and its history, because he's been there since he was born. But Sky Tavern, Yale Spina is the chairman of the board of Sky Tavern. So with that being said, I'd love to turn the mic over to Chris Brown to tell you a little bit about himself and what he's seen since taking on the role as COO at Sky
Okay.
Tavern.
And we can give, go ahead. Sir.
He signed up for 3 minutes.
That's what I was saying. We don't have to have him part of your time. We can,
Okay, it's fine, I'm done.
yeah.
Thank you for taking my comments, and appreciate you guys for having me today. Like Pat, I started 3 months ago as the COO. Moved here from southern Utah. I've been in the ski industry and the biking industry my entire adult life. And the reason I came here is because when Yale invited me out to interview for the position, Sky Tavern showed me something that the ski industry has been lacking for a long time. And that was involvement in a community and reinvigorating a sport in children that provides value that they can't otherwise find outside of outdoor recreation. I see Sky Tavern as a huge pillar for these kids' lives, and it often offers that experience to kids who may not otherwise be able to afford it. It also offers the ability for, high school kids and athletics to happen in a sport that's kind of going away because it's not feasible for everybody. I hope to provide my years of experience to help grow those programs, to protect those programs, and to protect what Sky Tavern has been to the city of Reno for as long as it has been. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor and City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Yale Spina. I'm the grandson of Rocco Spina, who was instrumental in putting this Sky Tavern back to some sort of order when the city acquired the property in the early 60s. There's a reason why there's a Rocco lift up there. That's my granddad. That had me and my family growing up at Sky Tavern. So yeah, I'm a Sky Tavern kid. I was lucky enough to go on in life, and I had a very wonderful ski career, and so did my brother Lane. He was a two-time Olympic medalist, all because of Sky Tavern.
Wow.
We would have never been able to do that. My dad was a teacher. My mom was a librarian. Do the math. 5 kids aren't going to ski camp in Davos. So anyway, I'm the chairman of the board of the Sky Tavern, and I've been the change agent for the last 5 years at Sky Tavern. I think you've seen us in the press more often than ever before. We have a plan, and I'm really proud to have been able to hire 2 very strong candidates. Our new leadership is real and will build more of a sustainable business model for Sky Tavern. That is the purpose of why we hired Pat to be our front-facing person to talk with you all and the fundraising, and Chris to manage the nuts and bolts on the mountain. Chris wouldn't say, but he's so legitimate in the ski and mountain bike industry. He was in leadership at Bryan Head for many, many years in the wintertime, but then he goes to Texas and runs a bike park. He's also an OSHA inspector for the state of Utah. So we have some real professionals now running Sky Tavern to make it better across the board. I'm very proud of and humbled to be working with these guys. I would like to thank you, the City Council, for our long-term lease. This is what gave us the ability to do this. And I also wanted to thank the mayor and Nathan for helping us get connected to the sewer. That's going to make a big difference versus our septic system. And we're about to go into our 77th year. So Sky Tavern is the oldest and largest of its kind in the nation. And we have won many national awards. And with that, we're going to be building, and we are just finishing up our master plan. The master plan for Sky Tavern is to be a sustainable year-round mountain resort that provides affordable mountain sports programs for families and kids. So with that, I just wanted to thank you again for having us, and please reach out to any of us and all of us whenever you need us, and let us know if you'd like to be interested in seeing our master plan before we publish it.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I know a number of us have had an opportunity to visit Sky Tavern even recently. So tremendous work you're doing out there. Thanks for being here today, and congratulations, Pat, on this new job. That's amazing.
Sky Tavern, where magic happens.
Okay, I love it. All right.
Connie Silviera, followed by Stephen White, followed by Bill Miller.
Hi, I'm Connie Silvera, and I just wanted to give you a quick update on the Liston Park over on Yorrie Avenue. I was over there yesterday and I took this. We have made progress. The 3 front slides have been changed, and thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I've seen a lot more activity over there with kids and families. And I got to speak to one yesterday who said she and some other moms had been calling and complaining about the slides as well. So I'm really excited that we're making it this far. So I'm hoping that we can get this one fixed as well. And I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I know it's taken over a year to get the slides, and wherever you get them from has been a problem. I understand that. And so I was serious when I said that on Marketplace, on Facebook, you see things like this all the time. And so it's just another option that maybe they could take a look at in the Parks Department. And so that was about all I had. I just wanted to give you that quick update and say thank you for the progress we've made so far. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Connie, and thanks for being such an advocate. It's, people like you make a difference.
Stephen White, followed by Bill Miller, followed by Jace Hines.
Good afternoon, council members. I want to tell you right now, I can't hear a thing going on here. I'm severe hearing loss, and even if you respond to me, I can't hear what you're saying. I was hoping the mayor was going to be here and Jenny were going to be here, because I worked with both of them back in 2014, getting the artist codes passed. I don't know if you're familiar with the artist codes. Well, maybe I'll give you a little bit of history about myself, because I see you got a lot of new council members here. My name is Stephen White. You'll find my name on the top of the paper, of the papers I just gave you. I spent 3 years in the Army during the Vietnam War. When I got out of the service in '69, I had trouble fitting back into the real world, you know, and my mom got me involved in doing artwork. And I taught myself how to do oil paintings. I hit the road. I wanted to spend the rest of my life trying to bring some beauty to the world. I spent 40 years on the road in an RV, painting my way around America, showing my artwork in venues, everything you can imagine. Been there, done that. I witnessed the decline of the fine arts in our communities all across America. In my lifetime, I've witnessed it firsthand. And it happened as a result of the festival industry, where city governments hand out permits to these festivals, and they threw fine artists into this commercial mix with all these commercial vendors, and it didn't take long for city governments across America to define me as a commercial vendor. When they did that, they violated my First Amendment rights. They ran artists off of public property all over America, and it destroyed community participation in the arts. In my travels of all the places for me to end up being, I was a witness to the massacre of Columbine High School 25 years ago. I was there that morning getting ready to set up my artwork in a park next to the high school. It put me on, after that happened, it put me on a lifelong mission that I've been on for the last 25 years, to deliver the gift of art back to the children of our country as a gift from those kids that died at Columbine. as an alternative to guns, drugs, and violence. And that mission is even taken on a greater importance now. I saw the mayor on public television talking about the mental health crisis in America. The greatest solution we have for mental health in the United States is getting family participation in the fine arts in our public park all across America. Every single weekend, there ought to be artists in the park. There ought to be artists and I'm talking about fine artists. Now, I hope you'll read the information I gave you there. I hope you read through it, and I hope that you'll sit down and talk to me. I want to invite each one of you to sit down and talk to me. The reason why those codes got passed was Hillary sat down and met with me at a radio station and sat down and talked with me and found out what was going on. And you folks, you know, you can read these documents, you don't really understand. I have 40 years of experience of dealing with city governments all over the country, and I have a lot of information I'd like to impart to each one of you.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much,
you very much
Stephen,
for
for
your
being
time. I
here
appreciate
today.
you.
All right, thank you.
Bill Miller, followed by Jace Hines, followed by Ian Anderson.
I probably turned it off. So good morning, Vice Mayor Doer, council members, staff, and fellow citizens. I'm Bill Miller, climateer and constituent, here representing the climate of our fair city. First, as always, I want to acknowledge this council for its forward-thinking actions to mitigate the relentless challenges of our human-caused climate crisis. You have acted to reduce emissions, increase solar, transform our vehicle fleet with EVs, wisely invest federal dollars, and on and on. So thank you for that. Today, you have 3 items relating to Reno's relationship with NV Energy. 2 are fairly perfunctory renewals. D2 gets more to the heart of the matter. A shared vision towards further reducing emissions, increasing renewables, increasing reliability while keeping programs fair and equitable. This is a heavy lift under any circumstance, but one made even more complicated by the reality that NV Energy is beholden to Wall Street, specifically Berkshire Hathaway, and its primary mandate is to perpetually increase profits. In practical terms, they are only in favor of renewable energy, increased efficiencies, or new transmission lines when it makes them money. Otherwise, they and their army of lobbyists will oppose them. On the other side, are council members, like you, beholden to Reno residents to protect our collective health, well-being, and environment, while ensuring opportunities for us to thrive and prosper. The goals of these 2 entities could hardly be more diametrically opposed, yet we must find common ground to move forward. One thing both share in common is everyone loses if we don't seriously address the escalating climate crisis. There will be no profits and no governance if our underlying life support systems collapse. This is not hyperbole. Reno has seen the greatest increase in temperature of any city in America since the 1970s, and Nevadans are increasingly dying from heat stroke, more than 100 last year. The impact is also financial. Nationally, according to the Wall Street Journal, climate change has already cost the U.S. economy $150 billion, and the cost is rising every year as this crisis continues to drift from bad to worse. So I implore you, please come together, find workable solutions, not just promises and pledges, actual solutions to help turn the corner on this crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bill, very much.
Jace Hines, followed by Ian Anderson, followed by Heidi Anderson.
How's it going?
Fine.
My name's Jace Hines. And I'm tired of being picked on in town.
Can you try to talk in the mic a little bit?
Is
Thanks.
that better?
Yeah.
I'm tired of being picked on in town. I've been publicly humiliated. I've been sexually harassed. I've been on the street for a really long time. Every time I try to do something for myself, it gets taken from me. I've never been able to keep a job. I can't collect SSI. I'm tired of it, and I don't give a damn. That's about it, guys. Tent City would be helpful. Not for me. I don't stay with the rest of the group, man. But like maybe some designated somewhere to go. And that's about it, man.
Okay.
I gotta I'll be outside.
Well, listen, I'm going to ask Tyler, one of our liaisons, and Ollie Miller to meet with you in the back and just get some information from you.
Okay.
Okay? They'll be right outside these doors.
All right.
Okay? If you go right outside these doors, they'll meet you out there and just take down some information, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ian Anderson, followed by Heidi Anderson, followed by Robin Palmer.
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Ian Anderson, and I'm a member of the Reno Parks and Recreation Commission. We had a great commission meeting last evening, including a detailed staff update on the department's 10 goals related to the PROS plan. As you know, the PROS plan was passed last year, and it's a 20-year Parks and Recreation master plan. It's a key document for the improvement of quality of life for the city of Reno. Strategic plans often end up collecting dust on a shelf after completion, so I greatly appreciate staff providing the commission with quarterly updates on their annual deliverables related to the PROS plan. Further, I want to thank Council for their support of several key initiatives called for in the plan. These initiatives will make the city of Reno a better place to live. The hiring of 2 park rangers dedicated to the Truckee River will make the river parks a better place for Reno families to recreate, swim, fish, and boat. The funding of a development manager position will facilitate a central tenet to the PROS plan, public-private partnerships, and the ability to seek outside funds to fund park developments and improvements. The RFP for the Pembroke Field Complex is a great opportunity for youth athletic organizations to review plans for the park, have line of sight of the project, and to better understand how they can support this necessary resource. Lastly, I'd like to speak to another essential component of the PROS plan, creating a service plan for a parks district. A service plan in this context is similar to a feasibility study, and the service plan will provide necessary information for the city and its citizens to make informed decisions regarding its parks and the PROS plan. Park level of service, costs, and funding options are all detailed in the service plan. And the city of Bozeman went through this process in 2016, and the service plan is a fantastic document that lays out the future of their parks and the corresponding costs for each option and level of service. It was an essential document for the city as they revamped their park system, and I think that it would be very beneficial for the city of Reno to have such a document. So thank you very much for your continued support of the PROS plan through prioritizing and funding these key initiatives. Thank you.
Ian, thanks for being such a strong parks advocate. We need people like you as well.
Heidi Anderson, followed by Robin Palmer, followed by Mark Markell.
Hello, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, Heidi Anderson, Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation, for the record. First, I want to thank you, very similar to Mr. Anderson, for your investment in Parks and Rec this year. Like he talked about, the fund development position, the park rangers, the Moana operations, will just be so beneficial to the community, and I'm so excited to see them funded, so thank you very much. As our community continues to grow, our needs are going to continue to grow across the board. And so we really need to look at how are we going to sustainably fund our Parks and Rec department as needs and funding continues to grow. And one of those ways is through the service plan that Mr. Anderson was talking about. So a great follow-up as he gave you some details there. But that service plan is really going to provide a map of what our different options are, whether that's a bond issue, a parks district, or something completely different. It's going to give us the options and how we're going to get there. And so I ask that you, if there's any funding available, that you allocate that to the completion of a service plan. As it was discussed, it was in the 2023 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan update. I want to thank you for all of your support in the past. We all know we really miss Jamie, but it's been really great to work with Nathan this year. He really thinks outside the box, and the Parks Foundation is just so lucky to be able to work with you. So thank you.
Okay. Heidi, it's glad to see you in person. I think I've seen you only on Zoom up till now for the last 6 months, so thanks for being here.
Robin Palmer, followed by Mark Markell, followed by Jamie Chapman via Zoom.
Good morning, Vice Mayor Dewar and City Council members. My name is Robin Palmer. I'm a climate advocate, and I strongly support any measure, local, state, national, and international, to mitigate our current climate crisis. I support D2, the Energy Partnership Agreement between the City of Reno and Nevada Energy, in which both express a commitment to continue collaborating on planning for local projects and initiatives that support a shared vision toward energy-related emissions reductions, increasing local renewable energy, improving resilience and reliability, and designing solutions that are accessible and equitable. Kudos to the City of Reno for making climate action a priority and all the climate-related initiatives that the city has taken to further our clean energy goals, including hiring a sustainability manager, Suzanne Groneman. Thank you to Suzanne for bringing this agreement forward. I particularly support acceleration of development of EV infrastructure. My husband and I have 2 EVs, one of which my husband converted over a decade ago. We charge from our solar-powered home. When we go on a road trip, we give considerable thought to where and when we can charge. Tourism significantly contributes to Reno's economy. Increasing Reno's EV infrastructure will make Reno more attractive as a tourist attraction to EV owners. I'm concerned that the City of Reno and NV Energy may sometimes disagree on projects, initiatives that further the visions of this agreement, particularly when it will affect NV Energy's bottom line. The agreement does not spell out how disagreements are to be resolved. I look forward to the annual review and reporting that this agreement proposes. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here, Robin.
Mark Markell, followed by Jamie Chapman via Zoom and Lisa O'Sullivan via Zoom.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Vice Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. I was in a drunk driving crash when I was 24. And God willed me alive to show you people what can happen to passengers in drunk driving vehicles. I was the passenger in, good morning, Mrs. Manager. Okay. I was in the passenger in a drunk driving crash, we were doing 100 and we rolled 8 times and I was ejected and the car landed on my head. God willed me alive to show you people what can happen to passengers and drink driving vehicles. I was in a coma for a month and in the hospital for 5.5 months. And I just don't want to see this happen to anybody else. I've gone through, my life sucks. I've gone through a lot. And I don't know, I just don't want to see this happen to anybody else. I don't know, basically, I just don't want to see this happen to anybody else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark.
Jamie Chapman via Zoom.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, hello, Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Jamie Chapman with Midtown Reno. I'm currently traveling, so I'm going to make this short and sweet, but I just wanted to give you a quick update on the banner polls, because last time I was here, we discussed the fees that were super concerning to us districts. And I just wanted to let you know that as a result of our last meeting, the district's leaders were contacted, and several of us got to meet with Ashley Turney, Brian McCardle, and Rachel McIntyre, where we were explained the intention behind the fees. And we were also told that we were heard and understood, and they were going to remove the new fees from the current budget, and then that they're going to be working with us moving forward before anything gets passed. So I just felt it was important to come here today and say how appreciative I am. I'm excited that we get to be included in these future talks. And I think I think it's super easy to get down on the system and not believe in it. But this was a great example of a reasonable governing body hearing feedback from their community and truly listening and understanding the problem and finding a happy outcome. So I just wanted to come here and say thank you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for giving the opportunity. And thanks for caring about us and what we do for the districts.
All right, Jamie, thank you so much.
Our final public commenter is Lisa O'Sullivan via Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so my comment relates to D5. Do you want to hear it at 11:30 or should I just go with my comment now?
It's your choice.
Okay, I actually will wait till 11:30 if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional live public comment. We should note that we received 11 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, May 21st. These comments were voicemail and or written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. 1 letter in favor, 3 letters in opposition, and 7 letters of concern.
Mickey, just a question on that. So if someone wrote in on a specific item, do you announce that at the item or now?
We do it per item.
Okay, good. All right. All right, with that, we'll close out public comment, and we're going to be moving on to approval of the agenda, and I'm going to turn to our Assistant City Manager, Jackie Bryant, for any updates.
Yes, the only one, thank you very much, is that the one you've already announced, that we will do time certain, 11:30, for the horse fencing item.
And that's D5.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, move to approve.
All right, and so now we're on approval of the agenda. We have a motion? Second. All right, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're going to move on to approval of the minutes, and it looks like we have 2 minutes, A51 and A52.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Reese, second from Mr. Martinez on that one. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're moving on to item B, which is the consent agenda. And at this time, I'm asking people to please identify any items you'd like to remove from the agenda. And I'm going to start with Mr. Reese right here.
Nothing, Madam Vice Mayor.
Nothing? Okay. Ms. Taylor?
Nothing, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Martinez?
Nothing from me either. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ebert?
No.
Okay, I have one item, and that is item B11.
Okay, move to approve the remaining items.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Reese and
Second.
second from Ms. Taylor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're going to turn now to item B11. And I don't know if there's a staff person here for that. All right, seeing none. On item B11, I just wanted to acknowledge that Lifestyle Homes is making a special appropriation to Relief Reno. I know they're incredibly interested in fruit trees. I don't know which trees this is covering or where the trees are to be planted or if it's a generic donation to Relief Reno. Did we have Nathan here or no?
Good morning, Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record. To answer that question, it is specific to the North Valleys. We are looking at a lot of Matt Basil's projects that he'd like to get going, and so this $4,000 helped to ensure that what we did plant in there with the fruit trees in Panther Valley and then at McAlinden, but then also for future plantings to offset costs there.
Okay, fantastic. Ms. Ebert, any comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this was a collaboration with myself and Nathan and Lifestyle Homes to find some areas to put in some fruit trees and shade trees in Ward 4 to help increase the tree canopy. And it was just a great example of a developer trying to support the community. So thank you for your help with this.
Yeah, absolutely. The shade trees around the space that we have at McAlinden Park is greatly needed. It's an underutilized space, and shade always helps activate those things. So.
Yeah, thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And it was an amazing tree planting that we did both on Arbor Day and the day after Arbor Day. And we, as you mentioned, we planted at two different parks, right? And it was pretty cold the first day, and everybody stuck it out. And it was really beautiful the second day. So a lot of work was been done. We're making good progress. I'm really, really proud. And I'm very appreciative to Lifestyle Homes for pitching in and participating with this.
It's a great donation. It goes
All
a
right.
long way and a long time.
All right, thank you. With that, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
A motion. All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Ebert and second from Councilmember Reese. Any comments on the motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. I'm going to, with the privilege of the chair, skip to item C2. I'm going to hold C1 till after our lunch, and we possibly have more participation from more members. So item C2, I think we have the fire chief, or no, we have Angela Foose here. I don't know who is leading this item.
Madam Vice Mayor, if you would open the public hearing if we're moving to
Sure.
item C2, that would be great.
Yep. Let me just get my other information here. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's a good question. I believe we did vote on all the consent items. We had that motion, yeah. I'm just looking at this. So anyway, what we'll do is let the record reflect that council's opening the public hearing on item C2. And Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given.
Any correspondence received?
We did receive 3 comments directly associated with this item, 2 letters in opposition and 1 letter of concern, and those have been distributed to the Reno City Council. Additionally, we do have public comment on this item.
Okay. Shall we hear from public comment? I'm kind of interested in hearing the staff presentation first, myself, then calling public comment. So let us go on.
Okay, our standard process is public comment first, but it is
Okay.
your discretion.
All right, well, I'd like to hear the presentation. I really want to understand what the staff is proposing and what it looks like before we hear the
Okay.
public comment, so.
Mr.
you-
Foster?
Okay. Morning.
Planner for the record, bringing you the Santara Quilisi Properties Condition Amendment. And where's, what's that? In the bucket. Oh. I don't see a bucket. All right, so most of us are familiar with Santara Quilisi's, but just to refresh people's memory, the site size is approximately 1,164 acres, located in Verdi, south and east of Highway 80. Back on March 24th of 2021, a tentative map and special use permits were reviewed by council on appeal, and they were approved. And today's request that I'm bringing before you is a city-initiated request to amend condition number 20. The key issue is public safety. So some context, when there have been fires in this area, the fire response has typically been a joint effort by the city, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, the Forest Service, BLM, and sometimes other local jurisdictions. There are multiple fire stations in the area, and if you look at the little chart on the right, City Station number 11 is approximately a 9-minute response time to the Santara Quilisi's property. City number 19 is approximately 13 minutes, and Truckee Meadows Fire Protection number 40 is approximately 6 minutes. This is important because there's an automatic aid agreement with Truckee Meadows Fire to assist in that area. And we also know that land for a future permanent city fire station has been dedicated on the south side of Boomtown Garson Road interchange. So the condition number 20, the existing condition, and I'll read it real quickly, says prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the 25th residence within the project, the developer shall provide for the temporary use of an appropriately modified single-family home or commercial building, the residential station, for purpose of housing a 2-person public safety crew and co-located ambulance, police, fire, and/or EMS equipment. The residential station shall provide direct access to a collector or an arterial road at a specific location to be mutually agreed upon by the developer and the city prior to approval of the first final map and shall be available for use until the city acquires or constructs a fire station with a 6-minute response time to the project. One thing that I want to point out that this condition doesn't have is a funding mechanism or a requirement for funding for the staffing. It's simply for the staffing for the fire station. It simply requires the residential station to be set aside in a home prior to the certificate of occupancy for the 25th residence constructed in that subdivision.
Okay.
The applicant requested amendment, and again, remember that the applicant is the city on this, is prior to issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for a residential unit within the project, the applicant shall contribute $300,000 to the city for a fire truck. So some context for condition number 20. The condition essentially requires a house to be converted into a temporary fire station with a 2-man crew to respond to medical calls until a permanent station is built. This station would be equipped with an ambulance or a medical vehicle. A new fire truck can range anywhere from $200,000 to north of $2 million, whereas a fire ambulance would cost somewhere around or less than $300,000. Therefore, the proposed $300,000 contribution is based on the cost for the city to purchase such an ambulance to serve the temporary fire station. I should also note that there are several other conditions of approval related to fire safety. Number 5 requires a per door and per square foot financial contribution towards the future permanent fire station for which the land has been already been set aside. And the same condition is found in Stan Lucas and Meridian 120 South. Number 6 requires a vegetation management plan, which has been submitted and approved already. Number 7 requires secondary emergency access, which is in the process of being permitted now. And number 19 requires the homes to be sprinklered. So, more context. The city no longer desires a temporary fire station. The condition does not have a funding mechanism, as I pointed out earlier, and staffing a 2-man crew, which is really not a 2-man crew, it's a 2-man crew at any one point in time, but it would not just be 2 people that would need to staff it total. That would create a hardship that is dependent on the city budget and finances. And also, a temporary fire station would require new and/or reallocated fire department staff, equipment, and vehicles, which may be better served in other areas. So the recommendation is to strike the entirety of condition number 20, as you can see on the screen, replaced with, prior to issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for a residential unit within the project, the applicant shall contribute $300,000 to the city of Reno to help pay for a new fire apparatus. Here are the recommended findings. Staff can make the recommended findings with respect to the public services and public health and safety. Again, there are multiple existing fire stations. There's the automatic aid agreement with Truckee Meadows. There's the future public facility site that has been dedicated for the fire station. The homes will be sprinklered. There's an approved vegetation management plan, and there will be secondary emergency access. The Planning Commission recommended unanimously to approve this amended condition. And here's the recommended motion, and I'm available for questions.
Okay. I'm going to have a round of questions, and I'm going to start. I'm unclear, is with this new condition, which you just eliminated the other condition, when would there be a fire station?
So the new permanent city fire station,
Yeah.
there is no specific timeline required or planned at this point in time.
But, I mean, the other one had at least some representatives at the point of 25 homes being occupied. And what I'm worried about is if there's no plan, how are they going to get fire service? I mean, is it from now to 20 years from now, or?
The general understanding is that with the existing fire stations that are in the area, and including the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District and the automatic aid agreement, until such time that the permanent fire station
Well, would
exists.
Truckee Meadows be coming for the next 20 years? I mean, that's what would happen?
That I would submit that potentially the fire chief could speak to that better, but yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so there would be no trigger, what I'm concerned about is that the residents, when we approved this permit, and I should go on the record, I did not vote in support, and one of the reasons, the main reason, was my concern about fire service for Centerra. There had been about 6 fires started out there. I personally did a fire PSA, a public service announcement, with the fire chief, with the owner of an ammunition gun store, talking about some of the challenges of fires right at this location, just down the road. And so I wasn't confident then that we were going to have sufficient fire protection, and I'm not confident with no crew there. My other question, that's a statement. You want to say something?
Yeah, just so thank you for that point. Again, to provide the context, there are no conditions of approval in the Centerra Quilisi project that require the fire station to be built by a certain point in time. So that's agreed. The temporary fire station is not a fire station that would respond to fire calls.
Right.
So there's no change
medical.
in that. By eliminating that condition, it does not remove the ability for the city to respond to fire calls, irrespective of the
Okay.
condition.
My second question is really about the amount of money. So this 300,000, it doesn't really seem to be based on a specific thing. I know you said that's what an ambulance costs, but you're not planning to put an ambulance there. So I'm not really, we're more concerned about fire protection, at least I am. And I just wondered, using a home that they would have to build, or is it that building that's already out there?
So they would be building, homes.
Yeah.
And one of those homes would temporarily, if the condition is left,
Yeah.
one of those homes would temporarily be turned into a two-man crew emergency response
So a typical
station.
home out there is going to cost probably 600,000 minimum to 800,000. And that's what I guess I'm wondering, if we occupied that home for 10 years or 20 years, I mean, we essentially have the home, they would be donating a 600,000 at minimum home to us. So I'm unclear where 300,000 came in. So I'll just leave it there since my time's up. And are there any other comments or questions from anyone? Yeah, I'm just getting a first round, and then I want to open to public comment. Yes, Ms. Yep.
Okay, so I think there's, a couple things going on. One is I read in the staff report that there is services from Truckee Meadows Fire that's not too far away, but my concern is for the medical services. We need to make sure we can meet certain timeframes for people that are calling for medical service, and that was something that was part of the condition. How are we still going to be able to meet those required call times for service for medical issues if we get rid of this condition?
So I believe Angela and/or the fire chief will be speaking more to that issue during their presentations. But one quick response would be that, again, remember that condition doesn't have any requirement for actual staffing of the station. So there's no guarantee, and this will wrap back into Councilwoman Doerr's question, there's no guarantee that the fire station would actually be staffed, okay? So the condition doesn't have any teeth or a mechanism to require, to provide for or even require the staffing. So the, by eliminating that condition, we're not losing anything in the sense of there was never any guarantee anyway that we were going to be able to staff it.
Okay.
So, and that ties back into the $300,000 question, which is that $300,000 is the cost of a new fire ambulance. So with the revised or amended condition, the city is at least guaranteed to get that versus potentially getting nothing under the existing condition number 20.
Well, isn't it the council's job to find financing and fill these positions? I mean, it's not the developer's job to do that. It's our job as council to provide the budget and the staffing for these positions, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But there's no guarantee.
Yes, but it's our responsibility,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm just doing a first round. Does anybody else have any critical questions for our speaker? Okay. And then you said there was another presentation. I didn't realize that, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I apologize. I would have let you all speak, but I didn't understand.
Thank you. For the record,
Okay.
Angela Foose, Assistant Director with Development Services. Here with me also is Chief Cochran. So we are speaking on behalf of the applicant. This is a little unique. Typically, the applicant is the developer, but in this case, the developer did not approach us. We approached the developer, we being the city staff. So I just wanted to give everyone a little bit of history on fire in this area. This is part of the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District, and with that, this is something that's been in code, our zoning code, for over 20 years. There has been a plan for development. We know everything in yellow is part of that overlay area. We have about 3,000 homes that will someday be built out here, and about 300 acres of commercial or industrial that have been approved for future development. Again, this is something that went through a lawsuit 20 years ago. This is what we live with today. With that, we also have a requirement for a fire station. That red star is the location of the fire station. Now, it is up to the city of Reno to build that fire station. The developer had to dedicate 3 acres of land, and so we have the land today. Whenever we are ready, city of Reno, to build a new permanent fire station, we can move forward. We have the land to do that. We also have to put in land set aside for parks and for schools and trails and a number of other things. Again, that is something that will happen as part of this Mortensen-Garson overlay area. Now, specifically related to fire, I just wanted to highlight where the 3 fire stations are located. The red one is going to be that permanent fire station. Again, whenever the city of Reno is ready to build it, that's where it will go. That will serve this whole area. The other existing stations are in blue. That is the Somerset Fire Station, and the one in green, which is the Truckee Meadows Fire Station. Now, when we looked at this project in particular, it was about 1,200 homes. This was not a planned unit development. Typically, when we have PUDs, we put in a bunch of extra requirements for things like fire stations and trails and parks and school sites. But because this was a tentative map, we did not put in a requirement specifically that anyone had to build the fire station. Oh. Now, years ago, as we started to look at development coming forward, we said, well, how are we going to pay for this fire station? There's no pot of money set aside. So we came up with a fire contribution. So every project that has come forward, we have conditioned that they pay this fire contribution. It's not an impact fee. It's, again, a fire contribution that we've conditioned. And so every project that's part of this Mortensen Garson overlay area that has gone through any kind of planning commission or city council review has to pay that fee, and it's per door. It's $1,608 per door that once they come in for a building permit, we'll put into a separate account. And when the city of Reno is ready to build a fire station, we will have at least a starting seed money to use to help with building that fire station. So that is part of the Santerra development. That's a condition that's on Santerra and Meridian. And again, any other entitlement project that's come out here has had that condition as well. So that's one thing we've done to address fire. Here's a list of some of the other things specifically on this project that we've had them do. A vegetation management plan. We know this is in a wildfire urban interface area where we know there's a lot of natural wildfires, and so we put in a requirement for a management plan. Again, that's kind of standard. We're in one of these areas. One of the big questions and topics that came up during this project when it went to City Council was there's only one way in and one way out, and that's that Boomtown Garson Road. And we had a lot of feedback from the people that live out here today, and they said, when are we going to get that second point of access? And so City Council required that no house is going to be constructed until that second point of access is also constructed. Again, that was unique to this project. Nobody else in the Mortensen Garson Overlay District has that requirement. They can build houses today without that secondary fire access. Santerra, on the other hand, has to make sure before they build house number one that there's a second point of access to get in and out. That not only benefits Santerra, but it also benefits all of the existing Washoe County residents that already live out here. Secondly, we added a requirement for fire sprinklers. And you may say, well, that could be a requirement if you're outside of the 6-minute response time. We also went above and beyond. We said, regardless of when a fire station is built, you will still have to have fire sprinklers in your house. That's not a code requirement, because as soon as that fire station is built, the fire sprinklers would no longer be required. But we went above and beyond, and we said, because you're in a unique area where we know there's wildfires, forever, any house that's ever built out in Santerra has to have fire sprinklers. That's unique to Santerra. Nobody else out here has that requirement. And then we looked at condition number 20, which is the one we're dealing with now. Council added this condition at the hearing, the appeal hearing. So this was not something that we discussed with the finance department or with the fire department or with development services. And the idea was that they would take an existing house, so a Toll Brothers house, and they would convert it into a fire station. And by that, we just mean they would make the garage wider and taller so that we could put in an ambulance, whatever else we needed. There was nothing else special about that. So basically, we are getting a house to use on a temporary basis, which will be used to have a 2-person crew. Now, a 2-person crew is more than 2 people. When you average out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that's more around 7 or 8 staff members. So in order to provide that medical service, we're gonna have to hire 7 to 8 new firefighters to do that. So as these projects are moving forward, we're having discussions. This was approved back in 2021, so it's been 3.5 years now. We went back and we said, well, let's look at that condition and see if that still makes sense. You know, our concern from the staff perspective is that we don't typically get an additional 8 firefighters when we're looking at budgets, right? To be able to staff an additional 8 firefighters, you're looking at just salary and benefits, anywhere from $1.2 to $1.4 million a year. So as we're looking at budgets, and this year we're at a fairly flat budget, which I would say is a good thing, we're not negative. But for us to come forward and say, potentially, we're gonna have to find another 1.2 to 1.4 to put in this 2-person crew, which will do nothing to protect fire services. So we said, does that still make sense? And they may have this temporary fire house that's set aside, and it could sit vacant forever. And we said, big picture, our goal here is to build a 4-person crew, a full-time fire station that will provide not only medical, but fire protection services. And so our goal, again, with all those conditions, we've added all those additional financial contributions that this developer has to pay. And we felt that that seemed, frankly, above and beyond what anyone else in the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District has had to do. So not only do they have to do additional things, but they have to pay additional fees. And so we said, well, we also want to make sure that we're not being unfair. You know, we wouldn't make a single developer build us a fire station. You know, fire station today is anywhere from $12 to $15 million. That's the going rate today of a fire station. So we legally can't put that on this one developer to do. It would be different if this was a planned unit development and we could work out, you know, what they're giving to us and what we're giving to them, but this is not a planned unit development. This is a tentative map. So again, in trying to be fair to all the development and also realistic that we've known for 20 years that a fire station will be built out here. And anytime the Reno City Council is ready to make that happen, we can add that to the budget. But right now, there's no houses out here that the city is serving, so it wouldn't make sense to build a fire station. So that was the thought process as we were working through all of these issues. Now, keep in mind too, you know, it was only a couple years ago where we actually had to lay off 35 firefighters. That was during the recession. So it's not something that we can just say, oh, trust me, we'll have money, no problem, we can afford to do this. That's not the case. It's only been for the past couple of years, so we've actually been able to have full crews. We had 3 fire stations that were browned out within the last couple of years, where we had nobody serving some of these fire stations. So slowly, as we've been able to afford it, we've been able to take 2-man crews and move them to 4-man crews. So just for those of us that remember those times, and many of you are on council, you know that money for fire is not something we have easily available to us. So in just looking at, we want to make sure we get something out of this condition, we decided to come back to council and request that instead of this temporary 2-man fire station, what if we said we would like to see a $300,000 contribution that would go to the fire department and they could use that to pay for a future fire apparatus? Again, I think the concerns we've heard from the community is, well, wait a minute, we want to get something. And from our perspective, we can't guarantee that you're going to get anything, right? If you have Toll Brothers donate that temporary fire station, and City Council is never able to fund 8 firefighters to man that station, we get nothing. So at least with this proposed change, the city would get $300,000, which again is above and beyond what any other development out here has been asked to do. We felt that it was more fair and made sense that $300,000 was equivalent to what would be an ambulance, and that's where we came up with that number. Again, we are open to doing whatever council's direction is, but this is something that we as staff said, we want to make sure city gets something out of this, and we cannot guarantee that this development's going to be able to provide anything because we don't know if we're going to have the money to put in a 2-man crew. So our goal here is to put in a full-time fire station. Whenever we have houses out here, when we have funding, we can put it in our CIP, we will build that. We have money coming in as soon as houses start to be built. Right now, there's no houses built. But ultimately, our long-term plan is to put in that 4-man crew and a permanent fire station. This is just one more kind of incremental step to get us there. So again, I'm here if you have questions on the history or why we proposed this. Chief Cochran is also here if you have specific questions from a fire perspective. Thank you.
We had, well, then we have comment, sorry, don't know what this is doing now. Did you have comments, Chief?
Good morning, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. No, I don't have any separate presentation or comments, but I am available for any questions from the council.
All right. Let's see, do you have any comments or questions? No, you can go.
So this is for Ms. Foos? Oh. Having some feedback. Oh, it's on. Okay. All right.
Do you want to try turn? Oh, that she turned on.
I don't know where it is.
I think it's a little button right here.
There?
No. Oh, it's right here. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So you mentioned that it was you that reached out to the developer to make this change? It wasn't them reviewing their conditions and deciding that maybe this was too much of a burden? I don't think your mic is on, I'm sorry.
Angela Foos for the record. We as staff were looking at the timing of when they were coming forward with houses. And we went back and we looked at some of the conditions. We've been working with them for 3 years. And so we met with the fire chief and we said, does this make sense? What's the timing of when you can actually realistically staff this facility? I think it's probably another, I'm going to guess, 18 to 24 months before we hit the 25th home, which is the trigger of when they actually have to set aside a house. But again, looking forward, if our concern was how are we going to fund this from a staff perspective. So as we internally talked, then we went and talked to the developer and we said, we're thinking about modifying that condition. Would you be opposed if we proposed instead of a donation to a temporary fire station, if instead you would donate the $300,000? And they were not opposed.
Okay. Well, I have a few problems with that. One of them being that that was a condition that was decided by council, so they, I would presume, had a reason for that. I also have a problem with not talking to council about finding the budget for these people. If it's going to be 18 to however many months out that this would even be an issue, that gives us time to work on a budget. We've had a lot of things cost a lot of money and we've been able to find money. You know, an example would be the police station. We've had to continually find additional funds for that. So I think that's kind of on us to find. I also think it's on us to adequately supply infrastructure and first responders for our residents. If there are going to be homes out there and people living there, we have to provide medical services. And I'm not in this ward, but I am a person that does have to call 911 sometimes for medical emergencies in my family. I have 2 small children. I know if I was living in an area, I would like my response times to be less than 9 minutes. If your kid's choking, if somebody's having a heart attack, that's a long time. And it's not just about the fire services, this is about medical services. And I think Councilmember Dewar is correct in saying that the value of donating a house versus $300,000, it's not the same. It really isn't. And it's also not building a fire station. It's using a house that they were building, and we'll build our own fire station with the money that they're using or giving us that $1,000 plus per door and the $1,000 per square footage of the commercial. So it's on us to build the fire station. It's not really for you to make that decision.
No, and absolutely, and that's why this process is in place to come before council. We are open and agreeable to do whatever council prefers. Understand that our concern was looking at historically how challenging it has been for us to man fire stations. We wanted to make sure that we were thinking long-term and had, again, the city's best interest at heart. But this is 100% your guys' decision. We are open to do whatever you choose to do.
All right, thank you. I think what we'll do now is turn to public comment. Thank you, and I just do want to compliment the staff for trying to get out ahead of this issue. You know, it's a very kind of moving target. I have no idea when the first homes are going to be built or what their schedule is or when we're going to need the service. So let's hear from the public, and then we can bring it back to the council. And did you want to say something now? I'm sorry, I didn't see a hand.
No, that's okay. I just had a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Angela, I'm just going to break this down so I can understand it because I don't think I was here during the...
You were not.
There was...
It's 3.5 years ago, I guess. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have a project, council puts a condition on it. What was the condition? What was the intent of the condition? Was it to provide fire services? Was it to provide medical services? Why was the condition put there? Do you know?
It was a 2-person crew, which does not provide fire, and that was discussed. It was known that it was just to provide medical service.
It sounds like it might have been an unrealistic condition. I mean, I don't know, I wasn't here, but now that we're looking at it, how does the $300,000 apparatus tie to this project? is it something that fire wants, or will you be used in this area? I'm just trying to make the nexus between this project, this condition, and the $300,000 for an apparatus.
We tried to come up with something that was equal to in terms of the cost. So for instance, the Toll Brothers is going to get their house back. So while yes, they're donating temporarily a house that's probably closer to $1 million, I'm guessing, by the time it's built.
Right.
That's a temporary donation. So they get that house back once we have a fully staffed and built fire station.
So we're like leasing it.
It's
not ours.
It's a temporary lease, I would say.
Okay.
We're not paying anything for it.
And it's not ours.
Correct. It will go back to Toll Brothers.
Okay. Okay, that helps me. And then, Chief, can I just ask you a quick question? Thanks, Angela.
Absolutely.
How does this help you serve the constituents in this neighborhood or the stakeholders in this neighborhood? This is what I'm trying to understand, how this benefits the residents out there, what we're asking for.
The change in condition, the $300,000 contribution. Thank you for the question. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. So we're trying to prioritize our response, our capabilities across the city. So for example, down south in District 12, which is the South Meadows, we have one engine covering a space about the third size of Sparks that's running 3,000 calls a year. We're trying to get another rig down there, and we don't have the funding for that. We've made a request in this funding cycle, and we don't have the funding for that. We have 8 or 9 apparatus that are breaching that 3,000 call volume. So we need a lot of help citywide. And I raise that because when we're looking at trying to staff the temporary station, I'm glad you made the point that this is not something we get. We have to give it back. We have to prioritize where our needs are. Right now, they're not out there. And eventually, yes, we will build a station, and it will be up to this council to fund the station and fund the staffing for it. In the meantime, though, if we get that $300,000, we can buy an ambulance now. We're working on staffing ambulances, I call it across the 4 points of the compass, but it's not literally that. In fact, we're looking at putting one up north because of the challenges with traffic up there. And this would be another one of those points of the compass where we would supplement our 4-person crew with the 2-person EMS crew. So we would essentially have 6 people responding in that area. And like I said, we can use that $300,000 now to acquire the apparatus while we work on a plan for funding for the station and the staffing.
And just one other thing, all of the houses do have sprinklers.
100% of the houses will have sprinklers.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Vice
Yeah.
Mayor.
Any other one round of questions before we hear from public comment? Okay. All right, thank you, Chief, for clarifying that. Could you call the public comment, Mickey, please?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have 3 in-person public comments. Our first commenter is Alice House, followed by Deanne Radcliffe, followed by Addie Argyris.
Okay.
Alice House for the record. Our family moved from Sparks to Bel Air Ranch Estates in Verdi over 35 years ago. At the time, the developer and the county promised safety improvements for the community. Those commitments were never fulfilled. My husband is a retired EMS firefighter from Truckee Meadows. He was the vice president officer for negotiations between Truckee Meadows and Reno. He worked very
Alex,
hard.
can you just pull this closer? Thank you. We're having some hearing challenges today. Thanks.
He worked very hard to negotiate a contract between the departments to get the closest fire EMS responders to any emergency first. Understanding the importance of a quick EMS response time, the contract was never accepted by Reno Fire Department. Over 30-plus years later, these 2 departments are still trying to get the same situation resolved. Seems that this critical working relationship is a futile argument, doomed to never exist. Too much to the detriment of the communities that they are hired to protect. Important fact to remember, quick EMS time is critical for saving lives. It is a proven reality. The vast majority of calls for fire departments is for EMS. Closest and first EMS and firefighter personnel save lives, period, full stop. The existing agreement between departments calls for fire calls only. It does not include EMS response. Ms. Fuss stated the fact in the previous PC meeting, also misleading the commissioners to believe that the communities would be adequately covered for any emergency. Don't fall down that rabbit hole. I give Ms. Fuss 4 Pinocchios for her deceptive report. This means that the closest station is not called out for emergencies, EMS emergencies. Jurisdiction runs first for a medical emergency, a much slower response for Verdi areas. Impossible for any Reno Fire Station or REMSA to reach the Verdi areas in the required response time. The breakdown between the departments is overfunding. How much and which department will receive payment for first-in calls? EMS revenue is greater than fire protection calls, and the fight between departments goes on. Money over lives saved. It does not sit right with the Verdi community. There's an influx of thousands of people coming to the Verdi areas in the near future. The existing Verdi community has worked very hard to at least ensure there will be a temporary EMS house for medical emergencies. This is only until the city of Reno can build, equip, and man a desperately needed fire department, a permanent fire department station. What Chief Cochran is proposing will leave thousands of existing and future residents in grave danger. The temporary EMS house will save lives.
Thank you. Next. You're just going to speak? Yeah.
Madam Vice Mayor, real quick, if you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. And for the record, our next public commenter is Deanne Radcliffe.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning, members of the Reno City Council, and happy May 22nd. Thank you for being here. My name is Deanne Radcliffe, and I am a Reno native. Please lodge my comments onto the public record. Although my profession is in healthcare, and I serve as the American Heart Association Training Center Coordinator at my hospital, I'm not representing my hospital or the American Heart Association, but rather my comments are in my capacity as a private citizen. Numbers, let's talk. The project will generate over $24 million. And this is only 1,200 homes in an over 3,000 home area developed. The 2025 City of Reno budget notes that over 277,000 people live here. The Reno Fire Department budget is roughly 24% of the total budget, according to documents I looked at online. More numbers. In 2023, 60% of Reno Fire calls of service were medical. 30,000 calls. Reno fire response times are guesses for this unbuilt area. There is no automatic aid for medical calls. Let's review the Washoe County REMSA Health Response Zone map. The unbuilt area is currently Zone E. That's as quickly as possible, with the remainder of the Verdi Zone B, and that's 15 minutes, 59 seconds or less. And those are only for priority 1 calls, which is stated as life-threatening calls. Let's pause and talk about cardiac arrest. The brain loses its oxygen stores within 20 seconds. Your outcome, or let's say your survival, from cardiac arrest is dependent upon the time of collapse and the start of CPR. The quality of your CPR, so people that are trained in it, that are practiced and know what to do exactly, and early defibrillation. In other words, everything that the Reno Fire Department is not only trained for, but also equipped to provide and a basic city service. I am rooting for Reno, but I don't understand why the fire chief would ask for this. And I do not understand why these new City of Reno residents are not receiving the same level of service as other residents. The Reno City Council got this right by ensuring that life safety was addressed when this development was approved. Please don't get this wrong and remove the requirement for a residential fire station. I'd also like to note that the condition for the fire station was actually proposed and volunteered by the developer. Thank you so much for your time and service.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Radcliffe. And then
Our final public commenter is Addie Argyris.
Adiardris. The condition is medical, it's not fire. You're being gifted a house. Work with REMSA on staffing it. I can't believe, and I'm appalled, we're here today talking about cashing out a life-saving condition. The applicant believes staffing and equipment for the temporary station may be, quote, needed or better served in other areas of the city. What does that mean? Does it mean the city's residents in Verdi don't need or deserve life-saving EMS? Does it mean they don't have heart attacks or strokes where EMS minutes decide life or death? Does it mean the city has grown too fast at the expense of medical safety and now must rob Verdi? Staff report acknowledges the intent of the temporary station is to, quote, respond to medical calls, but would not respond to fire calls. Yet the report only addresses fire and the conditions added for fire protection. Medical response isn't addressed because they can't justify changing this condition. So they spin a report to deceive the reader into believing all is okay for heart attack and stroke because there are fire sprinklers and landscaping. Wrap your head around that. The city no longer desires the temporary station, but in May of '22, voted to increase the 3,000 hard cap because the mayor wanted the station. Now, the condition is not put in to benefit the city, Reno Fire, or Chief Cochran. The condition was added to provide adequate medical response to the 10,000 plus future city residents in Verdi. The response time since the condition was added has not changed, and without the temporary station, it will be inadequate to save lives. You guys are using a condition of approval as an ATM. There's a deceptive staff report and a fire chief who doesn't value Verdi lives. I'm appalled. The city of Reno needs to go crawl under a really big rock.
Okay, is there any more public comment, Madam Clerk?
No additional public comment.
Okay, all right, well, here's what I'm thinking. I've heard a little bit of concern from several council members. I've heard concern from the public. I think that the staff are trying to do a good thing. They're trying to enhance our fire services in general. But I don't know that it's fully baked from my perspective. My proposal to the team here today is that we continue this item and that we have our staff work with REMSA, Truckee Meadows Fire, and the Reno staff. So REMSA, which was the focus of the condition, i.e. medical, and talk about are there different ways that we can assure medical response at the right time. We have no houses there now. So I don't know when we have houses planned. I mean, so this is my thought at this time, because I don't think we right here can figure this out right now with confidence. So I'm looking for any input from any other council members on a direction, but that's my interest right now.
Vice Mayor Dewar. Look, I'm concerned there are a number of moving parts that we haven't yet fully evaluated. I do agree that the REMSA issue is one that's concerning, and because I serve as the Vice Chair of the Public Board of Health, it's something that we're trying to address through our franchise agreement as we move forward. I think we have time.
Yeah.
You know, we've got 18 to 24 months before we think that there would be houses built that would trigger the condition anyways. I do think that there are questions in my mind about automatic aid and whether it covers medical calls for service out of the West 4th Truckee Meadows Fire Station. So this is, again, something. So I am with you, Councilmember Dewar, and believe that we just have a bit more work to do. I will say that I believe, Chief Cochran, you always have the best interests of this community and every resident in it, that your desire is to see people saved when medical calls for service happen. Any claims to the contrary are just not true. And so I will certainly support our fire chief and our fire agency trying to figure out, it's a complicated issue because it does implicate a broader budgetary question that also I think is we're not ready to have the conversation today. We have not built a new fire station in this community in a very long time, and there's a reason for that. It's not because we don't desire to see our residents flourish and be safe. It's a practical reality that our finances, our property taxes are always declining, not resetting, that we have increased costs and calls for service continue to grow. And so we have work to do on our side. So with that in mind, Councilmember Dewar, and because I know you had given a time certain to another item, I'll move to continue this item to a future agenda.
Madam Vice Mayor, can I ask a question of Ms. Foose real quick?
Yes, of course.
With this.
Can I get a second, though, and then we'll go into your question and
second.
discussion?
Sure.
All right, we got a second for a conversation. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Madam Vice Mayor, though, if I might, can we do a time and date certain on the motion to continue so that we don't have to renotice this item?
I don't know that I'm prepared to do that because the issues that I've flagged are rather large. I mean, having a conversation about REMSA, Trucking Meadows' mutual aid agreements, our own budgetary issues are all much larger than I think we can do. So we may have to just renotice.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Angela, was there anything timing-wise that you needed us to make a decision today that would help? Do you have any challenges with us continuing it? Is there anything pressing in the timeline that needs to happen?
Absolutely not. We, again, this wouldn't be triggered until the 25th house is built.
Okay.
So we have time. We can go back, and we did have a conversation. We have a letter from REMSA from 2021. We'll make sure you guys get a copy of that basically said there's no houses out here, but when there are houses, we have no problem serving it. But we will follow up with them to make sure what does that look like and what's the timing. And we'll bring information back to you to help you make a more informed decision.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. We'll continue the item. When the staff are ready, please bring it back. And good job. I know you're trying to do the best for our community. All right, we are going to turn to item D5. D5. Okay. Okay, Mr. Flansburgh? This is not a public hearing, right? We don't have to. What's that? I'm going to have him do the presentation. Yeah.
Good morning still. For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure Administrator, here on D5 to discuss fencing in South Reno. I wanted to just discuss a few things that have happened over the last several years on this issue. We've had, in 2022, I believe it was, we had 3 different meetings. They were on Zoom because we were in COVID, where we discussed various items. From those meetings, we have gone out and placed, flashing signs. We have put in, but not just the speed limits and the speed radar feedback signs, but also instituted a nighttime speed limit in this area. But all those things are just to try to avoid the vehicle horse crashes. What we have before you today is to talk about putting a fence up that will create that continuous barrier from South Reno, Miraloma area, where it ties in all the way to Alexander Lake Road and beyond as part of the ARPA project that was approved earlier, and then talk about some other items in regard to this as well. I want to break this out into 4 different parts today in the fencing overview, and then I'm going to have Garth Oaksel, our consultant with JUB Engineers, go into the details. The first thing we're looking at today, which is critical, is an emergency temporary fence. This is getting horse access to water. As you are all aware, there was a developer who put in the fence per his development requirements, but that blocked the horses from getting water where they were getting water at. We've met out there in the field with the developer, 2 different developers, and they've agreed to hold that open for a period of time, 30 days, until we can get a emergency temporary fence in at Alexander Lake Road that would allow for the horses to get access to water. So that's the first ask today, and that's part of the overall $600,000. The second thing we want to talk about, of course, is the fence project that's already been approved and moving forward and what that schedule is. And that was with the ARPA funds, the $500,000, looking to have that completed by the end of September, before October 1st. And then the third thing we're talking about today is the Southern Fence Project, which is going to be further south in the Geiger Grade Toll Road area, where we still have horses coming in, because without a continuous fence and where there's openings, we're going to continue having horses coming down into the area where we are. And finally, the fourth item, which came out of a meeting with the Nevada Department of Agriculture, is a fencing project that they have that's going to be 23 miles long. It's going to go from Toll Road all the way to Carson City, to the Eagle Valley Golf Course area. And it's going to be on BLM property. And they are currently have that project is in environmental review within the BLM. So those are the 4 general items. I'm going to have Garth Oaksel then go into those items each in detail so that we have, so all of you can be informed on what we're looking at. So I'll turn time over to Garth.
All right. Thank you, John. For the record, Garth Oaksel with JUB Engineers. So yeah, as we'll go into some details here for what the actual project entails, we're looking here on the north phase of the project, and this is the emergency access plans that John referenced. They're eliminating approximately 500 feet of fencing that's out there right now, moving the fence to the other side of Steamboat Creek to open up that water access that doesn't currently exist in response to what John alluded to with the developers further south of this area in what they're doing. So that's the emergency access plans. Part of that will dovetail into the overall northern aspect of this. So north is going to be on your right as you're looking at the screen. Alexander Lake Road that we were just discussing there, you'll see is in blue text there, kind of in the middle right part of your screen. And then we've got a few other locations as we move further south or further left on the screen. Down there at the very bottom, right above where it says Northern Project ARPA funds, we've got an optional fence there. And then moving over to the bottom left where the aggregate pit that if you've seen that part of the community up above the Demonte Ranch High School, is where we're also doing some fencing activity. The majority of the effort in this northern phase is to really plug some of the existing holes that are out there. As the community's developed in the southeast part of the community, each developer has been required to do their own fencing around their developments, but unfortunately that's left a few holes here and there. Just through timing over the years, in addition to that, some of the fence in this area is decades old and is in need of repair, and a lot of volunteers have done their best to keep the fence up as best as possible. But with limited resources, tough accessibility, the fence just is not appropriate. Hence the issue we've been facing here, most notably in the months of November, December, and January here of 23 and 24. So we're trying to address that with these projects. Going back to the north with Alexander Lake Road, this is the overall improvement we're looking at. It's a little over half a mile of water access that the horses right now have about 60 feet. The emergency project will open that up to around 500. This ultimate phase will open it up to over half a mile of fencing or opening up of the creek by relocating the fence from the east side to the west side. If you can see the green line on there near the text of existing Steamboat Creek, that's the existing fence. The red line there adjacent to Veterans Parkway is where the new location the fence will be. We cross the creek and then tie in to the existing fence there that runs through the middle of the screen on the right-hand side. We also have this little spot here. It's a little difficult to see, but it's in the bottom center of the image. Again, this is one of those areas where the 2 developers on either side of this little drainage way that was required to perpetuate stormwater was just never fenced off. So this happens to be an area that the horses are currently, it's a nice little alleyway, if you will, for them to come from the east and head west to get to Rio Wrangler Parkway. We're going to install a combination fence there of your normal Nevada forest strand as well as some floodway fence, so we're not impacting the flows of the water in that area. It's also a fairly popular hiking and walking area, so we're installing a pedestrian access gate in this location, and also at Alexander Lake Road, I didn't highlight that, but installing a pedestrian access gate there as well. We're doing that as a passive feature. The gate that we've come up with automatically closes. They're good to up to 1 million repetitions for the gate opening and closing. That ensures that we don't have anyone who might be absent-minded, might happen to just forget to close the gate behind them, and ensures that it closes in a safe manner so the horses are not able to get out. As we move further south, now we're looking at the area of the existing aggregate pit. This is above the Toll Brothers development along Western Skies Drive. Again, you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, we have a number of private properties there. Some of their fence is in various states of repair. Some of it is not fenced. This will just provide a continuous Nevada forest strand fence looping around the aggregate pit there. And then as we jump to the south side of the aggregate pit, south being on your left, there's just some kind of a mismatch of fencing in that area. This is an area where volunteers have spent a lot of time trying to repair the fence over the years, so we're going to put in a more permanent installation. And then again there, if you look on the left side of the screen, there's just a small little red dot. That is also where a pedestrian access gate is going. Again, another popular walking, hiking location in there for the residents of the Virginia foothills, as well as the Toll Brothers residential development there. So that is in essence the north phase of the project. We stopped there because, as you'll see in a couple of slides here, as we move further south, we start getting closer to Geiger grade. We recognize through our discussions that the further south we continue with fencing, the higher probability that horses would be accessing Geiger grade, which was a concern. We've got high volume, high speed, and Geiger grade. So there's a particular opening on the uphill side of the Virginia foothills called Kenneth Way. We're going to leave Kenneth Way open until we can get Geiger grade fixed. The thinking was, again, let's not have the horses access Geiger grade. They can come in to the Virginia foothills, low volume, low speed roads, much safer. So we've tied those two improvements together. This is the south face here. North is now up. So where the water tower is there in the upper right hand is where we will pick up with existing fence that is in good condition. The blue line that you see following Geiger grade would be within NDOT right-of-way. And then from about the middle of the screen in the up-down direction is we pick up with the Nevada Forest Strand, red fence there, tying down to Toll Road there at the bottom, which is where the Nevada Department of Agricultural's project picks up and will tie into the improvements that they have going on there. Late last week, we had a meeting with NDOT. The blue line you see on the screen right now has a higher probability of actually changing slightly. The amount of fence would reduce. NDOT has had this percolating the idea of taking care of the horses on Geiger grade as well. They were very receptive to what we have done to this point. We collectively, City of Reno, and the Wild Horse Connection and others that have done to this, advanced the plan to this point, so they're very receptive to that. Preliminary discussions are they have some funding, they have some maintenance crews that we would work in conjunction with for the actual Geiger grade highway itself and try to coordinate everything, so we're timing this together with those improvements. You'll see at the top of the screen there, in the middle is Kenneth Way, and I believe on the next slide here, yeah. So north is now to your right. In essence, the only thing being done here at Kenneth Way is a cattle guard with very minor fencing connecting the cattle guard to the existing property owner's fence. This will close that opening that's currently out there where right now the horses are just free to walk right down Kenneth Way and into the neighborhood. So this will close that, and again, we'll do the timing of Kenneth Way improvements with the timing of the Geiger grade to have a cohesive fencing system essentially running from Hidden Valley all the way down to tying into Nevada Department of Ag at Toll Road, and then they'll pick up and continue on further south to Carson City. So that concludes kind of the essence of the presentation. It's a quick summary of the improvements we've been working on for the last many months on this project, but I know there's a lot of feedback we've received of people are anxious to get this in place. Our target is to have everything done before the next diversionary feeding season starts, and obviously we want to get all of that done as quickly as possible. So with that, John, was there one more slide? Or okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Garth. It's been a pleasure working with you. I know you and JUB have put a lot of time and effort into planning this out. I wanted to mention, you mentioned some groups, but I know we've been also working with Washoe County. We've been working with the Department of Ag. We've obviously been working with the state of Nevada with NDOT and the Department of Ag. So it's a very much a multi-agency project. I know that we've been very challenged for at least 10 years with this, so I'm glad to see this come to this level of fruition. Let me just ask, I don't know if there are any questions comments for our speakers, and I do want to open it for public comment. Do you want to have a comment or question before we go there?
Yeah, Madam Vice Mayor, I have
Yeah.
questions. Do you want to do that now?
I'm fine to wait. Should we hear from the public, or do you want to comment now?
It's whatever you desire.
Okay. Well, why don't we hear from the public, and then we'll have it all on the table.
Tracy Wilson, followed by Marcy Connington, followed by Tanya Tavkar. And if you're a Zoom member, would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and Council. Thank you for being able to speak today. I've been working on issues in the South Reno area with horses in the neighborhoods since, 2017 maybe. And I know that many of you have seen my face many times on these issues. We've made really great progress, but as we all know, there's more houses, more roads and thoroughfares, more landscaping temptation for horses, and more people. And so in that, we're looking for bigger solutions. This is a much needed and the biggest impact solution to keeping the public safe on the roads and in the community, and the horses that people love safe up on the range where they belong. No matter how people feel about horses, I think everybody can agree that this is a good solution to put this fence in. Personally, if I and our team members can go to bed at night without the cloud of anxiety over our heads that we might get that call to respond to another accident in the middle of the night, is an overwhelming relief to think that that is within reach for us. But even more so, the work that's tirelessly being done to find these solutions and now to actually implement them at this level is a shining example of cooperation that I honestly hope other agencies will see as the example that it is. So I want to thank Councilwoman Doer for all her hard work over the years, and everybody else who has stepped up for this. And I know there are many at the city that I'm not naming, but I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this, to the planning, to Garth for his work, for John for his work. So of course, in summary, I'm asking that you please approve this funding. Thank you.
Quick question, you have
Yes.
some time. What you didn't mention, which many of us know, but would be good to put on the record. I know that we've had more than 25 horse hits, but I don't know what the number is, and I don't know if you have a calculation.
I believe since December of 2019, it was 43.
Okay. And every one of those horse hits, the way I understand it, ends up in a totaled car.
It is vehicle damage regardless of whether the horse survives. Most of the time, the horse does not survive or has to be put down. A few have been lucky enough to escape with minor injuries, but almost every person who has hit one has had damage to their vehicle, if not completely totaled.
Yeah. I haven't heard of one vehicle that was not totaled.
Yeah.
And so that's an incredible expense, but more importantly, incredible danger to the public. And I've spoken to some of these people who have hit the horses, and they have a version, it seems like, of PTSD. They're nervous to drive. Some of them are kids that are just learning to drive in that area.
Yeah, I have responded to accidents in like the toll road area when I'm coming from the high school area, and I have gone all the way out to the highway and around because I don't want to drive down Veterans Parkway in the dark. I'm terrified of hitting a horse.
Okay. You yourself?
So, yeah.
All right.
I think our team is like top of the list for the PTSD associated with
Okay.
this. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Marcy Connington, followed by Tanya Tavkar, followed by Joel Taylor.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor Doer and all the rest of you, sorry. I live in the South Reno area, and I would love to see the fencing complete. I too don't want to drive at all in my neighborhoods, day or night. I don't see at night. I'm legally don't see at night. I refuse to drive at night, period. I won't. I won't even drive down the street. Anyway, I'm all for the safety of people, vehicles, horses. It's pretty simple. If we could complete it, I think we'd all be a lot happier. The horses are beautiful, love to see them, but I want to see them in their natural habitat. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Marcy.
Tanya Tavkar, followed by Joel Taylor.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Tafkar, and I'm a wild horse advocate.
I have been out there on the range for at least going on 17 years now. I've known these horses since a lot of them were young foals. I know where they go and I know how they navigate. It is very important for you to know that all these horses that go to the Steamboat Creek are not all of a sudden going to go down to the new water that is going to be opened up at the Alexander Lake end. It is very inhumane and scary to think what these horses will do in a panic with no water. Yesterday was a perfect example. I was out there yesterday when 20 horses came down from the mountain. They panicked because the developer put 2 huge boulders in front of the only little tiny gate that they have to access the water, which is so unfair. So 2 of the horses proceeded to jump the fence. They both got their feet caught in the barbed wire that the developer so conveniently did not remove. They were darn lucky to not get really hurt, but the day before yesterday, also another foal got stuck in there as well. My point is the horses that drink water at this creek will probably not go to that Alexander water. So they will be desperate and break through and find other ways, or some may get very sick and dehydrated and even die. So what's it going to take to change this? You know, I say deny the PUD amendment. Stand up for these horses once and for all, please. They have enough money to make one darn corridor for the horses to the creek, or make them put in a tank. This water issue is borderline on ridiculous. It is completely legal to give horses water, and the developers are not watering the horses, as they say. The horses have been coming here for years. So please do something smart for these horses. It is their last chance. Again, and as we know, there's the NRS statute that states it's legal to give horses water. They're lucky that some of the big animal organizations have not heard about this yet. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tanya. Anyone else?
Joel Taylor, followed by Lisa O'Sullivan via Zoom.
Good morning, council members. This is going to be fairly short. My name is Joel Taylor. I'm a Reno resident from South Reno, and I've been living here for about 5 years. I live on the next to the South Reno area, horse area, Steamboat Creek, and I've witnessed over the years all aspects of the horses. I've witnessed them being out in the pasture, enjoying the grazing. I've witnessed them crossing Steamboat Creek into the neighborhood, creating all kinds of problems there. Lately, I've witnessed the fences going up without the water corridors. So my understanding was when this development was going to come in, that they were going to provide localized water access to the horses. It appears that they did put a gate up. It looked like everything was okay. The gate was wide enough for the horses to go through. And for some reason or other, as Tanya mentioned, they put 2 large boulders, or 3 actually, and then one got moved out of the way. 2 large boulders in the way. So while technically a horse can get through there, it's challenging. The horses are very skittish on those types of things. I'm not really sure why they put the boulders up there. They had a corridor, they had a passage. These horses, this is their natural habitat. We're not feeding the horses water. We're not giving them artificial water troughs. We're allowing them into their natural habitat. So it's going to take a concentrated effort to move these horses up to Alexander Lake. If the effort is not made to move the horses or get the horses to migrate up there, the horses will continue, fences be damned as the saying goes, the horses will continue to come down into Steamboat Creek because that's where historically they've always been allowed to access water. I think the fence is a great idea. I mean, I was pleading for fences along Steamboat Creek proper, not the area where the horses are getting water, but the Steamboat Creek proper. I was pleading for those fences to be maintained because the older fences that were there were not sufficient. The horses were getting through those on a regular basis, coming over into our neighborhood, and bad things were happening. Again, this is a very localized point of view, but I would really like to see the fencing done with the perspective of a short-term solution to allow water where there typically have historically been allowed water, and then making sure that the effort is being made to move the horses logically up to Alexander Lake. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Lisa O'Sullivan via Zoom.
Good afternoon. I am here today to ask you to please fund the south half of the South Reno fencing project. I thank you all for all you have done so far on this project and all you are still trying to do. I believe the time is now to complete this project with Reno growing as fast as it is. We know for a fact that if this project is not completed, the horses will come usually late summer and fall. As you look to the surrounding desert hills and you see how brown they are, it's no wonder why the horses come into the area with all the lush green lawns on the sides and medians of our deadliest roads, not to mention all the lawns of the many neighborhoods. We can prevent horses from coming in, and we can prevent these terrible horse vehicle accidents. Your decision to complete this fence will save lives, both human and horse. We are lucky that no humans have died in these accidents in this area, but it doesn't mean it won't happen. Also, please think about the horses that suffered greatly after being hit and were gravely injured, like Vittoria. Vittoria was hit at night on Veterans Parkway. She was thrown up over the vehicle, suffering a broken leg. As we arrived, we saw Vittoria with her 4-month-old baby, Meredith, nursing from her badly injured mom. It was such a heartbreaking sight. Her baby became an orphan that night. Another horse, Piccolo, was hit on Rio Wrangler, and all 4 legs were broken. As he tried to repeatedly get up, witnesses had to watch in horror as he scrambled around until he could be shot and killed to end his suffering. Last year, 6 horses died on these deadly roads, all tragic. This is preventable here in South Reno with a complete fence. Again, I ask you to please once and for all vote to fund this fence to make South Reno a safer place for people and horses. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional live public comment. For the record, I would like to note that we did receive 36 comments, which were associated with item D5 prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, May 21st. 32 letters in favor and 4 letters of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meeting.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we will commence with council questions. I think you were first up, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. John, I have a couple questions for you, please. You mentioned where the water source that the horses are getting to now. Whose water source is that?
It's Steamboat Creek.
So is that Army Corps of whose jurisdiction is that?
Well, I mean, Army Corps would have obviously some permitting say there, but as far as the water source, it's a water of the U.S. And it's tributary to the Truckee.
Okay, so are the horses supposed to be there getting water from that source?
They've been getting water from that source for a long time, yes.
Okay. What is the land ownership throughout this? Is the city of Reno, I see the Department of Transportation, the Department of Agriculture. Who has jurisdiction over this?
So specifically, I mean, there's adjacent parcels that have ownership as you go through. The one we're looking at, like at Alexander Lake Road, there were like 3 or 4 parcels between Miraloma, Alexander Lake Road, and down to South Meadows that were purchased for the Veterans Parkway, Southeast Connector Veterans Parkway project that have now been given from RTC to the city of Reno. So they're in city of Reno control now.
So is it the city's responsibility to mitigate these horses?
I think our responsibility is around public safety and just making sure that we can do what we can to prevent vehicle horse collisions. But as far as getting to the water, I mean, there's places for them to get water.
I'm just trying to understand. From my perspective, I don't think the city should be in the horse fencing, mitigating, feeding, rounding business. But I'm trying to understand if we should be, and why isn't the Nevada Department of Agricultural? Because when I was out there yesterday, I saw NDOT signs, I saw Department of Agriculture signs, I saw private property signs. I didn't see any City of Reno signs. So I'm wondering where is the city's responsibility? And the $500,000, $550,000 that we're talking about, it says it's coming out of contingency, but is that also our emergency fund?
There is contingency is just what it sounds like. It is for expenses that come up, money that's set aside for expenses that may come up. Vicki probably would have a better answer in terms of.
Maybe I'll ask Vicki on my second round, but where is the city's responsibility in this, in this whole mess? And the reason why I ask is because when I was out there yesterday, first of all, the boulders are there because it's protecting people. There were people out there on bikes, there were people out there on motorized sports that were hurting the horses, causing them to be upset. And also there is huge construction equipment driving through those parcels. It is not safe for people, horses, or motorsports to be out there. So the developer, by complying with the condition that we put on them to fence that, we knew that was gonna be fenced. We told them to fence it. They gave us an update that they were gonna fence it. Then they fenced it, and then we got mad at them and told them to open it up. So it's a huge liability, I would say, for the developer right now to have people running around on that property with all that equipment. It's a disaster waiting to happen. But again, sorry, what about the city's responsibility in this?
Again, the ARPA funds that were set aside will fence off from Veterans Parkway. It will allow access to Steamboat Creek, so that'll be in place. But we can't do that quickly. We still have some design. We still have to get the bids out. We need something quickly to get access to water.
So what's the quickly part? Is that the 50,000 part? Is that the emergency part? Is the 50,000? And you can get the horses to the water and we can fence off the rest of
We
it?
can get access to the water. The fencing off the rest of it will occur with the ARPA on that north end.
I'm sorry, the developer's portion right now, will all of that be fenced off so people can't go in there and?
It will be, they will close the gate.
And they'll lock it?
Yes.
Okay, that's my emergency concern right now, is keeping people, I mean, there were kids out there on dirt bikes and
just to
huge construction going through.
And it's more than just one developer.
Sure.
You actually have 3 different developers involved here. You've got Sunny Hills, who built the fence across as one of the conditions of their permit. We've got the developer who is Lennar Homes, who's doing the construction that they need to do to put in the roadways and get things ready for a bridge they've got to put in. And then you have De Loretto, who their concern is the impact that they've had from vandalism and things that occur.
They have active security going out.
And they have active security, and so they actually place the boulders. So I mean, there's multiple folks involved with different.
So the emergency part of this right now is the $50,000 to get the horses over
access to
the south side, or the north side over by Alexander Lake. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay. Yep. Anyone else like to make comment or questions? Mr. Reese?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Mr. Flansburgh, you know, I am struck by some of the comments of the public who are really struggling to make sure that we are taking into account the natural environment that we find ourselves in. And so from my perspective, I'm not sure I understood fully the answer you gave to my colleague, Ms. Taylor, about the city's role. It would seem to me that one of the roles that we have as a city is to ensure that our public, which is driving around in this area, going to school or home or work, that they're also safe. And so when the horses are able to come down in the communities, as they will and naturally would, we've had all these interactions which are quite sad. And we heard some of them. And I think, really gives me pause about why we need the fencing, right? Why the plan is necessary, because it protects our residents, but also certainly protects the horses. And so I didn't totally understand your response. Is there, how can I square the two concerns? Because I understand that other agencies may have equal or concomitant responsibilities, whether that's NDOT or the ag folks or BLM. I see us as having a role as well, and so that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, you've stated it. The role we have is public safety. We are trying to mitigate vehicle, horse collisions. We're trying to, for the safety of not only the traveling public, but for the horses themselves.
And you feel confident that if we vote in the affirmative on this particular item, that we will make a measurable impact in how we create safe environments for our public traveling on the roadways, but also for horse populations throughout the range?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so I suppose that's where I land then. I want to make sure that we make investments. I think it's a fairly small dollar amount. I mean, we are trying to stretch every dollar everywhere I can. And again, because I take into account all of the folks who have written in and come today in public comment, my voice will be to support the agenda item and staff's recommendation that we can continue and complete this part of the fencing project.
Okay. All right, anyone else? Ms. Ebert or Mr. Martinez? Mr. Martinez, did you? Okay, well, okay, you want to do rocks, paper, scissors here, or? Okay, why don't you just go? Oh, you're going, okay. Please.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Mayor, and thank you to staff for getting all this together. I will say that even at this point, hearing public comment and listening to the presentation and doing my research, having been out there for a while, I am conflicted in supporting the full amount that is being asked in this motion. I do understand that we need to, make sure that we have public safety top of mind and that folks aren't getting hurt or feeling, panic or anxiety as they're traveling through our streets. And so that's important to me in making sure that horses still have access to water. We really don't want, horses to be dying on our streets or be dying in our foothills and of dehydration or getting caught in the fences. And the reason I say some of these things is because I received some pictures from one of the developers that folks are along the fence line and cutting down the fence for this. So I'm just wondering if there are any measures we're taking to make sure that if we do end up funding the fence, that they won't get cut down. I know we can't have staff out there 24/7, but I think it's something we need to think about as we make this investment. I am in favor of supporting your first request of the emergency temporary fence for $50,000 to put in that. And my concern a little bit with your request number 3 for the southern fence project also comes with some of the comments that we've heard over the last couple of weeks when it comes to folks asking about transparency. And I know we had discussed ways to use our contingency funds over the last budget meetings and hearings that we've had. I just don't feel like the council itself has had the ability to look at all the projects that we want to fund with our contingency, and this would take up about 60% of those funds. And so I would just be more comfortable with us allocating the funding to putting up the temporary fence and then revisiting the southern fence project for $550,000 as a whole when we look at all the other projects that we can fund with the contingency that we have this year.
Okay. Ms. Ebert?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do support the fencing project, and I understand that sometimes things happen that, we can't travel back in time. We can't change the vote on the development or what was allowed at the time. But as a city, we're responsible for safety. And I think, much to my comments about the other condition we were speaking about with the Quillisi development, I think that we do have a responsibility to the citizens of Reno. We do have a responsibility for safety. And even though you might be able to say, well, it's somebody else's property, it's somebody else's this, it's somebody else's that. At the end of the day, it's the citizens of Reno that we need to keep safe on our roads. Just like a lot of us council members have used funds to pay for crosswalk flashing beacons that technically NDOT maybe should have. The fact remains that when we have the money to do things for safety for the public, we should do them. And it's kind of on us to do what's right and not say, well, not us, somebody else should be doing it. It's on all of us to be responsible for the safety of the people that live here. And even if you don't want to see it as a safety concern for the horses, if you don't care about animals, you should at least be concerned about the safety of the people that live here and drive here. So for that reason alone, I'll support it.
Okay. Just a couple comments, and then we'll go back for any further questions. I want to keep our eye on the ball, and that is that the main thing we're talking about here is a fencing project. And the fencing, through huge number of participation in public workshops, has been identified as the right answer. It's what NDOT has done down at US 50. It's what Department of Ag has done elsewhere. This is the City of Reno land area and sphere. The fact that a developer fenced horses out of water was very unfortunate. Luckily, that developer was willing to open the gate that they had installed and allow water use. But the main point of discussion here is a fence, and you can't have half a fence. And that's, I think, what we really need to keep our eye on the ball. To Ms. Ebert's point about public safety, that's what this project is. The fact that we would accelerate a portion of the project, moving a portion of the fence in the next 30 days versus the next 60 days, I think is just our humane response to the situation that has been created that we did not create. And we're trying to be responsive. I think I think what the developer did was very unfortunate, but I think we as individuals have to really look at our humanity and our humane stance, and if there's something we can do, which is simply accelerate a portion of a larger project to deal with an emerging issue, I think that we should do that. So I'm in support of where you're going. I guess at this time, I don't know, did you have another comment, Ms. Taylor?
Thanks, Madam Vice Mayor. I guess I think the project is something to talk about in the grand scheme of the whole $1 million of contingency. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Martinez. We have $1 million and we're looking at spending over half of it right now on an emergency project that hasn't gone through the vetting process the other projects have. And in good conscience of the other constituents that we represent, I can't say that I am going to vote for a $550,000 fencing project when I'm just curious, maybe it's not a lot of money, but $550,000 I think could buy a couple cops, firefighter. I think there's a lot of other contingency items within the city of Reno that are actually our responsibility that provide direct public safety. I'm not saying this isn't a public safety incident, not at all. I'm saying that I would maybe rather us work with the Nevada Department of Agriculture and say, these are your horses, this is your responsibility, how do we work together and have that conversation? But the mechanism or the method, the process that we're using to fund this right now, I don't think is transparent. I think there are other more pressing issues within the city that provide direct public safety benefits other than horse fencing. I'm not saying it's not warranted. So again, I would absolutely approve the $50,000 to get us to where we need to be. I would much rather like to see this $1 million come back and we have a collaborative, transparent discussion on what we want to do with those contingency funds, which I thought was going to be something that was going to happen within the budget process. But I appreciate all the work that you and your team have done to get us to this point. Thank you.
Okay. And then any other comments from anyone else? I'll just make one final comment, I guess. I think you bring up a really good point, Ms. Taylor, about public safety. And the challenge is that each of these 43 horse hits has required deployment of our police and our fire resources in the middle of the night to respond. They've been out there for hours as the road is closed, and then they have to help with transport of a horse off a road. And then our police, according to our chief has told me, are getting PTSD themselves from having to shoot a horse. And so we've created a very difficult public safety problem that our public safety providers are having to respond to. And I think if we could get the fence, we wouldn't have 43 horse hits, 43 deployments of our police, our fire, for out there for hours, managing the public safety. So those are, I'm trying to balance the public safety issues, and I think at the end of the day, I've been told it costs about $1 million to fully outfit a police officer, put them through training and so on. So I think this is actually cheap at the price in terms of prevention versus response, and that's where I come down. So I guess I will go ahead and make a motion since it's a good portion of it's in my ward, and so I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, is there any comment on the motion? Okay. All in favor please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay. All right, and then let me just ask, I didn't know if the mayor was on or not on. Or-
Madam Vice Mayor, the mayor is not on at this time.
Okay. All right, well, that motion fails then. I will make a different motion.
Wait, that motion passes 3-2.
I don't think so. No, we need 4 votes.
Oh, I didn't, sorry.
Okay. So I guess I want to ask my colleagues, we already have the Department of Agriculture coming to the table. We already have Washoe County, and they have offered to install a cattle guard, which will save us money, and Department of Ag, NDOT, et cetera. Let me ask Garth, you know, how much money do you think they will save us?
So for the record, Garth Oaksall, JUB Engineering. So the cattle guard that Washoe County currently has in possession, that's around $25,000. It could be up to $40,000. A lot of it depends on if it's installed in the gravel portion of Toll Road or the asphalt portion. Obviously, the asphalt portion has more cost to it. So we're probably looking at about $40,000 to $50,000 in savings in working with Washoe County there. The recent meeting with NDOT, them installing a cattle guard, there's another about $50,000 savings, probably a little bit more due to the fact that it's on gyro grade. And then the fencing, they indicated to us that they had funding and could do a cooperative agreement with the fence on that one. So we just came up with a concept of what that would look like. So that's reduced our fencing needs for the south phase. But we are looking at some savings, and that is something that we can, now that we've recently had some of these conversations here in the last week, go back and put the pen to paper, especially with the NDOT. We developed an image that we are sending to them for kind of their initial blessing, if you will, to make sure that from a verbal communication standpoint, we captured what they were verbally telling us, so it's down on paper. And then once that is tentatively agreed, we can have quantities and take a look at that closer. So there are opportunities for some cost savings in that south phase.
I had figured that we need the money in order to go to bid. The contributions from Department of Ag and Washoe County will come later, and I assume would be reimbursements back to the city. So the net might be, instead of 600,000, 500,000, something like that. Is that what you're telling us?
I think it possibly could be less than 500, yes. 'Cause
Okay.
especially with the fencing reduction along gyro grade.
Okay, well, and I'm also concerned that I know you've looked at just doing a portion of the opening for 50,000, but I guess I'm concerned that you really need to do, like, you should just do the project. I don't know what you plan in terms of a temporary.
The emergency temporary fence, I think,
Yeah.
John, you want to take that one, or?
Yeah, for the temporary emergency fence, the 50,000 we're asked not to exceed just gets us the access for the horses to the water. Yes, it would be wonderful if we could do the ARPA fence and get it done.
No, I
in
mean,
that time
just
frame.
the opening, I think Garth had said 3,000 feet or 2,500 feet, whatever it is.
Oh, the overall ARPA project will open up about a half mile, so.
Right, but what I'm saying is, my understanding from Garth earlier was that to open it up costs $80,000, $81,000, you had told me, Garth, prior to this. So I guess I'm just asking why we're not just doing that part of the project.
Yeah, for the record, Garth Oaksall, JB Engineers. So part of it is we still need to get the nationwide permit with the Army Corps of Engineers to put the floodway fence in a permanent installation at the south end. And we are, BLM told us they were backed up. We are still waiting for the temporary permit to replace the existing fence line along BLM. We submitted that a couple of months ago.
Mhm.
So there are a couple of those type of processes that need to go through for a permanent installation.
So I guess what I'm asking is, you know, I get that there's a interest in doing the amount of money that would take to do the emergency repair or emergency opening for water. The 500 feet is really not sufficient. Is there a different number? I mean, what if we approved 100,000? Would that take us to where we need to be? That's what I'm trying to understand.
To open up the entire half mile?
Yeah.
So we're looking at the estimate for that being less than the 100,000, but again, it would be the permitting requirements that would be potentially, we haven't had those conversations of doing an emergency for the entire half mile of what that would look like with all the parties involved.
Well, perhaps I can make a motion for 100,000 because I'm concerned that if you need to get these permit approvals or do something else, you're going to be like $10 short. And I think that's not good budgeting either. So maybe I'll make a motion to approve $100,000 out of the contingency fund.
Can I ask a question? What does the 100,000, what do we need to get the emergency? Where does the 50,000 and the 100,000 come in? I don't understand the difference.
Okay. Oh, okay.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure. So the 50,000 was what we just put a quick estimate on to get a fence in, temporary emergency fence, and do it in the next 2 weeks from this meeting. The reason it's a 500 feet is because we're crossing an existing irrigation structure, so we don't have to get down in the water at that particular point. So that's why we chose that area for this temporary
So
fence.
where does the other 50,000, what does $100,000 get us?
I think the additional 50,000 would just be other assistance with any permitting issues that may come up. It's kind of a contingency on the 50,000 is what I would understand.
Sorry, did you get the answer?
Go ahead.
Did you get your answer? Okay. I've been advised that we've had a technical denial. I made a motion and it didn't pass. I think the staff need to do a little bit more work and get their minds together on what it would take. And what I would like to ask is, I know that we have some folks waiting. We have a lunch break. And so what I'd like to do is ask you to go back to work and actually sharpen your pencil and talk to us about what it would take, because I hear my colleagues. So if you would be willing to do that, I will table this. I don't know if I need a motion. Please advise me, Mr. Attorney. I can just continue it to later in the meeting. That's what I'd like to, whenever you're ready, we'll reconvene for the purposes of item D5, okay? And right now, what we're gonna do is take an hour break. We have a lunch break prepared, and so we'll move into that. So we'll reconvene at it looks like 1:45, if I'm reading. Is that sufficient time? Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. We're reconvening. Sorry for the delay. We're going to go back to item D5. Let me just ask, what, you're smiling.
Nope, I'm here for you. So we're reconvening at 2:05. And Mayor Sheevy and Councilmember Breckus are absent at this time.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion on item D5.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll move to approve the funding for the temporary opening, and I hope I'm using the right word, in an amount not to exceed $60,000.
Okay. All right, I'll second that. Okay, any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay. All right, we're moving on to the budget, and that is, let me just make sure I've got my agenda here. Let's see here. Okay, all right, so we are on to item C1.
Madam Vice Mayor, can I also ask that we open the redevelopment agency agenda as needed? And maybe, Madam Clerk, if you could help us get those done correctly?
All right, we're going to call to order the redevelopment agency board meeting for Wednesday, May 22nd. We'll not be taking Pledge of Allegiance. We've already done that today, so I'm going to move into roll call. Councilmember Breckus, absent at this time. Councilmember Dorr?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Present.
Taylor? Reese?
Here.
Sheevy, absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency board. We're moving into item A3, public comment. We have none for the RDA. So I'm on item A4, approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So now we're looking to open items B1 on the redevelopment agency board and items C1 on the regular meeting for today.
Okay. All right, so we have a staff report.
Is it a
Yes, Madam
public
Vice Mayor,
hearing?
yeah, if you can open the public hearing.
Oh, yes, okay, yes. Give me a moment. Just have to find myself here. Okay. And everything's highlighted. Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to open the public hearing. Let the record reflect that the public hearings for the redevelopment agency Board Item B1 and Reno City Council Item C1 are being opened together. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was, Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on either item.
Okay, then the next step is council disclosures. Do any council members need to make disclosures? Shall we start with Ms. Taylor?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, this is for C1.
Yes.
Do you want me to do it for C1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, item C1 involves adoption of the fee schedule for the City of Reno FY25, including business license fees. In my private life, I own tailor-made solutions. The proposed fee increases are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact my business in any material way. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office pursuant to NRS 281A.4204A. The law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer's situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's commitment in a private capacity to the interests of another, where the resulting benefit or detriment occurring to the other person is not greater than that occurring to any other member of any general business profession, occupation, or group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have a significant pecuniary interest in my business, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. The fact that I am a business owner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. Madam Vice Mayor, fellow City Council members, and Madam Clerk, item C1 involves discussion and potential direction to staff regarding the fiscal year 2024-25 budget, fee schedule, and strategic priorities for the city, including business license fees. In my private life, I'm a partner at the law firm of Reese Ring Velto. Any proposed fee increases are minimal and not significant, will not financially impact me or Reese Ring Velto in a material way. In addition, Reese Ring Velto represents the Reno Police Protective Association on legal matters involving officer-involved shootings. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. With regard to the business license fees pursuant to NRS 281A.4204A, the law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer's situation would not be materially impacted by the public officer's commitment in private capacity to the interest of another, while the results benefiting or detriment accruing to the other person is not greater than that accruing to any other member of the public profession, occupation, or group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have a significant pecuniary interest in my employment with Reese Ring Velto, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than accruing to other members of the general business profession and occupation with the city. See Inway Reber Commissioner Opinion Number 09-475, 2009. The fact that I'm partner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon the particular agenda item. With regards to the RPPA pursuant to NRS 281A.065, 4 and 5, I have a commitment in a private capacity to law firm as my employer, and the RPPA is based on my law firm's continuing business relationship with the RPPA. I also have a pecuniary interest in the legal fees paid by the RPPA to the firm. Consequently, the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation could be materially affected in taking action and voting on items related to the RPPA. In order to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of impropriety and comply with the ethics law, I would ask staff not to solicit my direction on budget matters specifically involving the RPPA. Going forward, please let me know when you will be discussing RPPA matters specifically, and I will leave the room for the duration of the conversation. Thank you in advance for your cooperation. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I do have a disclosure. Madam, I'll address it to Madam Mayor. Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, item C1 involves adoption of the fee schedule for the City of Reno for FY25, including business license fees. In my private life, I own two businesses licensed in the City of Reno, Desert Pacific Exploration and MinQuest Ltd. The proposed fee increases on both businesses are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact my businesses in any material way. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office pursuant to NRS 281A.420(4)(a). The law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer's situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's commitment in a private capacity to the interests of another where the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to the other person is not greater than that accruing to any other member of the general business, profession, occupation, or group that's affected by the matter. Here, while I have a significant pecuniary interest in my business, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of any other general business, profession, or occupation within the city. See in Weber, Commission Opinion Number 0947C in 2009. The fact that I am a business owner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you. And then again, is there anyone else? Okay, seeing none else, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. Today
You know
I'm here.
what? I just realized per this script, I should call for public comment. And so let me ask our Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment.
Okay, so we can check that off. Please proceed.
Perfect, thank you. I'm very pleased to be here today to present to you the budget for fiscal year 24-25. This is the budget hearing, the public hearing for this budget. As you know, we've met previously. We had two special meetings prior to this with you as council. March 18th was our first meeting to see where that first roll-up came out. And then we had May 1st where we actually had final revenue numbers and we could really come back to you to try to address some of those council priorities that you brought up to us at that first meeting in March. And so today, based on the conversations that we've had with you as council from that March meeting and the May 1st meeting, I'm bringing back forth the budget that was presented as of May 1st when we came before you to address all of those council priorities. The priorities from council being at that time, public safety, number one, code enforcement, and then parks. Those were the items that came up amongst everyone's priorities. There were obviously some additional priorities that we looked at as far as items that we could potentially fund in the future with some one-time money, and I will bring that up again a little bit later. But I don't want you to think that we've missed that, because we are thinking about that as we move forward. But right now, this is how the budget's built. Our general fund is a balanced budget at this point with these funds. It's $982 million total budget for the city. That does include your RDA 1 and RDA 2. Almost $1 billion in budget for each year that you have as a council to approve each year. And so $341 million of that is the general fund. That equates to about 35% of your total budget. $338 million in enterprise funds. Again, that's about 35% of the budget. So between those two areas, about 70% of your budget is between the general fund and your enterprise funds. Your enterprise funds include building fund and the sewer fund, and those have significant capital projects in the sewer funds. That's why that fund is so large. Special revenue funds include the street fund. They include CDBG, community assistance, forfeiture, opioid, any of those funds that are dedicated for a specific purpose and have to be accounted for separately or in that special revenue fund. The internal service funds, just a quick refresher, are your medical, fleet, risk, and workers' comp. And then for today, you would be approving the entire budget for the city, and it would be $982 million. New positions, if we look at these, what were proposed on the May 1st when we talked at the workshop were 31 positions. Of those, 2 positions are in RDA 2, but I wanted to include them here because it was part of that full complement to address that code enforcement piece that council was really looking for. Culture and Recreation has 8 positions that are recommended. Those 8 positions include staffing for the new facility at the Moana Pool, and then also 2 park rangers, and then that fund development manager for parks, which is that #1 item in the PROS plan and the implementation of that. So that's that start of that process for you as council. In public safety, there are 12 positions. 10 of those would be for police, and 1 for fire, and 1 for dispatch. And so that would be 12 positions for public safety. So between public safety and parks, 20 of the positions would be dedicated to those council priorities that you had as we talked during all of those workshops. Full-time equivalents, if you're looking at by department what that looks like now, if we add these positions as approved and presented to you, we're a little bit over 1,500 positions for the city now in full-time positions. Most of those, the majority of those are going to be public safety. So if you look at police, fire, and dispatch, between those 3, you have 824 of that 1,500 positions are public safety. That's 54% are dedicated to public safety with this budget. Proposed by fund, so if you want to see how these new positions will be paid for and any of the additional items that we talked about at the last meeting, they would be paid for through different funding sources. In this case, the positions of the 27 positions would be in the general fund, and because most of those are police and parks, that's why they're in the general fund. We have 1 funded through the street fund, and I believe that one was the senior civil engineer. That was for the Vision Zero program, which is that program in conjunction with Truckee Meadows Task Force. And then we have a fleet maintenance supervisor would be in the fleet fund. And the RDA 2 fund had the code enforcement officer and the business license tech, and that was to complement another code enforcement officer offered in the general fund, and making that real complement to really zero in on code enforcement for you as council. When we go to the fee schedule would be adopted at the same time as this budget, and the main things on the fee schedule are, we've talked about previously, are the 3.6% CPI. That's the December Western Regions Consumer Price Index, and that's applied to all of the fees that we can as far as it allows on the fee schedule. And then some fees we cannot do that because they're dictated by NRS or FBI in some cases in police positions. Muni court, those are dictated by other Reno Municipal Code or other items too, so we don't necessarily adjust those by CPI. Fire permits were consolidated, some of the changes that were made. Parks and Rec, we've talked extensively about the new fee schedule for them where they've consolidated a lot of their fees and they've really gone to that program of focusing on a membership program. And with that membership program, they're able to do expanded discounts as well with that sliding scale. And Parks has addressed that in the previous workshops. And then brought up new last time with the workshop on May 1st were the special events, the new banner signage permit fees. That was something that council had some discussion about on May 1st. That really was only the one that really seemed to need to be looked at a little bit harder. And so staff went back and has talked to some of the stakeholders in this realm. And so what they've come up with is they've removed the fee for the monthly fee on the banners. So there is no more monthly fee on the banners. There's still an application fee to put the banners up, and there's still a fee for the installation, but the installation would be at the actual cost because the city would be outsourcing that cost to put those banners up. So it would just be on a reimbursement basis, reimbursing the city for the cost to hire someone to go out and put those banners up. And they've been in communication with the constituents in that area and talking to the business owners about how that would work. And there's and as an additional item, they're looking at trying to do some type of a sponsorship program. So they would, similar to the way we do special events, sponsorship, some type of a sponsorship for the banner program too. It's not exactly worked out at this point, but they would be able to apply for some sponsorships too. Since this is a brand new fee this year, coming onto the fee schedule, they really felt that that would be helpful to anyone that's impacted in the community to be able to move forward with some type of a sponsorship as well. So
Just a quick question, I'm so sorry, but I thought that you guys had maybe put in the budget a fund to potentially offset the cost of this, or am I misunderstanding the installation
we
versus a
didn't
monthly
have any
fee?
extra funds in the budget as it was built, so we are looking at a way to fund some funds for this in the future.
Okay.
We have some ideas on how to do that. We just haven't worked it all the way out yet.
okay.
But they did remove the monthly fee, so there is no monthly fee for the banners. And previously, there wasn't a dollar amount for putting up the banners, the installation of them, and that was reduced to just whatever it costs us to do it, to pay someone to do it, that the city would get reimbursed for that. So the city's not making any money off of it. We're just making sure we're whole again. So those were the changes that staff had worked with the business owners and such to work that out. Changes per statute and ordinance. We have the building valuation table that was implemented in February. Well, it came out in February, so it would be on the new fee schedule. And then code enforcement has been moving through that process coming forward to you. So it is included on the fee schedule. And I believe there's a couple more approvals to kind of go through to make sure that it's ready to go for July 1st. But that enables the code enforcement division to be able to change the fees every year or to at least address the fees to see if they are still appropriate versus being on Reno Municipal Code where they can't change them. So that's all I have for you today. I only had 5 slides because that first meeting, we really went into a lot of detail on all the revenues. When I came back at the second workshop, we really went into a lot of detail on what changed and if there's any additional money that we could put towards some things. We did talk about opportunities for future funding, future one-time funding. Some of the things that came up were e-waste disposal. I know council was very concerned about that. Reno Works, tree maintenance, cold case. We have some ideas for using some potential funding from the current year contingency that it's money that we set aside so that in the event we don't have a budget for some reason, we've missed something in the budget or something wasn't included and now it's become something that we need to do, we can fund that. We currently have $925,000, well, minus the $60,000 that was just approved, but we have around $900,000 in there currently, and we're going to bring back with the augmentation that's coming forward in June some ideas for funding for this, for some of those one-time items that we could fit in there for council.
When are
So
you coming back?
We're coming back on June 12th.
Okay.
With the final augmentation for this current year. And those contingency funds in the current year are not dedicated to anything at that point, and you could choose to use them for some of these to fill that gap as we move forward. And then when we close out the budget for the current year, if there are any funds available at the end of the year, we can look at funding maybe some of the larger projects that were on that list. But obviously, $1 million isn't going to fund large projects, but it can fund some of those smaller things like e-waste and maybe Reno Works.
So I'll just start with a few quick questions. Since you mentioned the e-waste, so what is in the budget today? Zero?
In the budget today is a position, a neighborhood coordinator position to do this full-time.
Okay, but no funds to actually pay?
But no funds.
Okay, so we talked last time about maybe 75,000. In subsequent conversations I've had with the staff, they said 100,000 would be more appropriate given the 6 wards and the cost. So could you put that as a placeholder?
Sure.
To talk about at our future meeting?
Absolutely.
The other one I wanted to talk about was we have a short-term rental assistance program for 3 months, but it's really not getting the job done. We spend a lot of time on affordable housing, a lot of time on housing generally, a lot of time on homeless issues. What I've experienced, I send a lot of people to the 3-month rental assistance program, and in 3 months, they haven't become sustainable. In other words, they haven't been able to find their employment or pay off their other bills to become sustainable. So I'd love to see at least a consideration of some funds, and it's probably a couple $100,000 to start the long-term housing subsidy program. I think it would be incredibly helpful and would really complement the decisions we made about the affordable housing initiatives that we spoke about last meeting. We approved some things and we didn't approve some things, but we mostly talked about the fact that money talks, and the issue that we're doing sewer subsidies and permit fee subsidies to underwrite affordable housing. I thought that's very significant. I think we've spent almost $10 million on that, and I think it'd be a very good complement to spend a couple $100,000 actually supporting the people themselves that are moving into these places. And it might just be a focus on seniors and veterans, which has been a passion, certainly of mine, but other council members as well. They seem to be the neediest in terms of not having the wherewithal to meet rent increases and that kind of thing. I'll come back later to just ask about the fees. I'm sure everybody has some comments or questions. Let me start with Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I don't think I have questions or comments, but I do want to extend my gratitude and thanks to you and your team, Ms. Van Buren. Each year, I think the budget under your leadership specifically has gotten easier to navigate, meaning the public is able to engage with it. That means it's easier for us to understand transparency. The fact that you have been able to provide a balanced budget for the last several years is also very important to me. And so I think that you have done just a really incredible job. And so thank you very much. It is very complex work that you do, and I think it's easy at times for us to move quickly through it because we've spent so much time on it, and I know you're thinking about it every day, all the time, and your team has done a great job, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I would echo some of your comments about the programs that I'd like to see come forward in June. I did have a question. I guess, Vicki, thank you so much to you and your team for everything that you guys have done. I'm really excited about this budget. I'm excited about the River Rangers, the code enforcement. I had the opportunity to do a ride along with code enforcement, and Mr. Woodley and your team, hats off to you. We need so many more folks on the ground doing that work, and then especially in the public safety realm, very excited to be able to fund a couple new positions. I have a question, I think, for Lance, if you don't mind, on the fee schedule. And this is just, it's more of a comment. I think one of the biggest increases that we might have seen is in the manufacturing facility and warehouse distribution space. And I think if we could maybe track that and have a discussion earlier rather than later next year and see where those fees go or how they're increasing and what it looks like, if that's something you and your team wouldn't mind taking a closer look at.
Yeah, Lance Ferrato, Director of Business Licensing for the record. Happy to do that, happy to track it. There were no specific increases to this other than the fact that the cap was eliminated.
The cap was
But we can
eliminated.
absolutely track it and going forward show you, provide a report on where those are at. And again, if everything stayed the same from year to year, the output will be the same unless new things come online or businesses close. But yeah, happy to do that.
Okay, I would really appreciate that, and I think that would be interesting to have a discussion with some of those stakeholders just to make sure that they have a comfort level too.
Sounds good.
Thanks. That's all I have. Madam Vice Mayor, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez?
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor. I will just echo some of the sentiments that were already said and just thank Director Van Buren for all of her work in getting us to a place where we can have a balanced budget and, just the increases that we've seen to our credit rating. I think you've done a tremendous job for us. I'm appreciative of that. And also the sensitivity that you all have had with some of our merchants associations and those light pole banners and making sure that we accommodate some of their limited budgets and the resources that they have currently and not trying to take all of that for them. So I'm looking forward to the proposals on the funding sources for that and making sure that they're still able to create a vibrant economy for their small businesses within their corridors. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Ebert, anything?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Councilmember Taylor said about the cap going away for those businesses. I'd also like to be informed about that. So if it can be maybe something that comes before council and not just be a memo, I think I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vicki, I just wanted to revisit the fees. I just want to make sure I understand. So what I heard you say is that we don't have a special pot of money for the banners, but we are reduced the cost. Like
Yes.
we've wiped out the monthly fee, but
Yes.
to your point earlier, somebody still has to do that. But maybe the monthly cost wasn't a direct cost to the city. It's just a banner's flying. We already hired someone to put it up, but now it's flying, so there's not an monthly cost to that. So we took that away. But let me ask this, the actual cost to put it up. I thought that we were talking about maybe a pot of 40K to pay for that. So that, or on an application basis where there's a hardship. Is that true?
We are talking about a budget of maybe 40,000, and we're looking to consolidate it from some other areas. We're looking to pull it from some other areas to keep that balanced budget. But that hasn't really been worked out yet, but I think we'll work that out and how that program would work as well as far as applying for sponsorship and such. We need some parameters around it too.
Okay. And then the fees, we don't have the big fee schedule, and it's usually a pretty big document. I had expressed concern way earlier, even before the budget started, about what our pool fees were going to be. I know we're bringing on a brand new pool, which can have brand new operating costs, everything from chlorine to staffing to security. I thought that Nathan Iliot proposed a good schedule in terms of having some discounted fees for folks that can't afford some market rate fees, we'll call them. It had been my hope, and I expressed this to him, that we could be slightly below market so that there is a benefit. It's a municipal pool. So what drives someone to join a municipal pool versus a private pool? And it seemed like the fees that we were presented with were pretty much at market for people that could afford it. So I just wanted to make sure to take a final look when I know this is all baked in and I can't pull out a number here because it's not on the list. But I really am interested in trying to make sure that even the top fee is about 5% below. So I want to encourage people to kind of become acquainted with the pool and support the pool and not be driven away by a cost. Even if they can afford it, maybe a private pool offers a different benefit. I don't think it's apples and oranges. In other words, we don't have a sauna room. We don't have a steam room. We don't have maybe certain personal trainers or whatever a private facility might offer. So I'm not really sure they're actually apples to apples. So I guess while you're going through, I'm going to ask you to take a final look at that, okay? If that's something you can do. And I think that Mr. Uliot said he could adjust as we went on and got some experience. I want to just make sure we get all the people in on the
Right,
front end.
Right, and we had discussed, since this is a new fee schedule and it's new fee structure for parks and such, that's something that we'll look at and evaluate throughout the year. And if it's not
Okay.
working, we can obviously
Bring it
come
back.
back and
Okay,
say, hey, it's
perfect.
not working.
All right.
Too.
Well, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions, so I'm looking for a motion. Mr. Reese, you want to venture one?
Sure, I move to approve the resolution adopting the fiscal year 2024-25 final budget and fee schedule for the city of Reno, Nevada.
Well, is it, okay. Sorry, but it's the budget and fee schedule. I think you only said fee.
Budget and fee schedule.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Good. And we had a second from Ms. Taylor? Okay. All right, any final comments on the budget? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are there. That's amazing. I feel like clapping, right? Okay, good job to the whole team, really remarkable. There's a lot in there for everyone. Not everything got funded, but here we are.
There is, yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item C2, I believe. C3?
Redevelopment. Yeah, can
I'm
we
sorry.
have a separate vote on the redevelopment agency?
Oh,
form?
yes, okay.
And I
Looking
just-
for a motion for the budget for the redevelopment agency?
I have just a couple slides if
Okay,
you want to
sorry.
do those, just to
we go.
refresh before you take a
We
vote.
got all excited. Okay.
Okay. So again, Vicki Van Buren for the record, Director of Finance. This is a budget hearing for the RDA 1 budget and the RDA 2 budget. Oh, wrong one.
Yeah, B1.
One second. Let's see if this is the right one. Okay, here we go. So RDA 1 and RDA 2. RDA 1 is that downtown area. RDA 2 is that area that encompasses some area over by the ballpark, Cabela's, and some outside areas around town. There's like 7 different areas, if you remember the maps. If you look at those all together, we're looking at $30.5 million. In RDA 1, we are still not seeing, we're seeing increases in tax increment, but most of that increment for tax increment, well, actually all of it right now is going to the RDA 1 debt fund until those bonds are paid off. They will pay off in 2027, and hopefully, depending on how the revenues come in as they're tracking, my hope is that we'll be able to pay off that $1.2 million loan back to RDA 2 with this budget. It is not built in currently, and we're going to watch it throughout the year, and if we are able to do that, I will be coming back at some point to ask to do that. In RDA 2, you will see that tax increment has really kicked in. We really don't have any debt associated with RDA 2, and for that reason, that was brought forward as an area where we could add some things to complement the priorities that you as the board have. So the additions for this budget were the 2 positions, the business license tech and the code enforcement officer 2. And those would be funded out of RDA 2, and then the fire headquarters, to put $10 million toward the fire headquarters. This $10 million would allow us to be able to tear down the old site of the police department, where when they move into the new facility that they have, the Public Safety Center, we'll be able to tear down that building so it won't become dilapidated and boarded up and all of that. Get that torn down as a safety feature, and then go ahead and move forward with the grading of that site, and then also finishing the plans for the build of the fire headquarters. So it's really going to put us in that great spot of phasing into the new fire station headquarters in that spot where police currently exist right now. And so that was the proposal that we talked about on May 1st. And so with that, there were no changes to this. I just wanted to give a quick refresher on it.
So I am looking for a motion to, as shown on the screen.
Madam Vice Mayor, I move to approve the resolutions adopting the fiscal year 2024-25 final budget for the Redevelopment Agency Number 1 and Redevelopment Agency Number 2 of the City of Reno, Nevada.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Ms. Taylor, second by Mr. Reese. Are there any comments on this motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are moving on to item C3, and congratulations, we're
Thank you.
virtual clapping right now. But good job for getting us there.
Madam Vice Mayor, can we close out the
Thank you.
redevelopment agency?
Oh, we still have more, I'm sorry.
Nope, if we can just close it out. So we're on item C1 of the redevelopment agency board for council comments or
Okay,
announcements.
seeing none.
Okay. Item D1 is closing public comment for RDA, which we have none, so I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn.
All right. Got a motion. We got a second. All in favor? Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We are now back to C3. And what we're going to do here is open the public hearing. So let the record reflect that the council is opening the public hearing on item C3. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given. No correspondence was received on this item.
Okay. Any council members need to make disclosures on this item? And let me just mention, I don't know if this is in the form of disclosure, but as Chair of the Washoe County Debt Management Commission, I've certainly seen this item and voted on this item in a different setting and with a different board. So I just wanted to disclose that. Okay, back to you, Madam CEO.
Is there any public comment?
We have no public comment
Okay.
registered.
And there's really no motion required by you on this item. This item is required as part of the process to issue this bond. It's required that we have a public hearing, open the meeting, take any public comment, and then just close the meeting. So there's really no action required at this time, and I don't have a presentation or anything. It's
Okay.
just for public comment.
But I mean, I think it's important to understand that at some point soon, you will ask us. Is that correct?
Yes, after this, there will be a 90-day waiting period, and then we will be coming back with the ordinances to issue the bond. And this is for the American Flats Advanced Water Purified Facility that we've talked about a number of times. And this is just the public hearing step of that process.
Okay, all right. So everybody knows what's coming.
Yes.
In about 3 months, we'll be asked to approve $70 million in bonds.
Yes, and we anticipate selling those bonds and issuing them in December. That's the time frame we're looking at.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, with that, we will close out this item. We will move on to item, let's see, we did.
We're on item D1.
D1, yeah.
David 1.
Okay, on item D1, this is about the payroll performance audit. And so my question is, does council desire a staff presentation?
No, Madam Vice Mayor.
Anyone? Are you good? Do you want a presentation? You're good. You want, or you have some questions? Presentation, okay.
I think it's all of 3 or 4 slides. For the record, Emily Kidd, Internal Auditor at the City of Reno. I'm here today to summarize the payroll performance audit initially reported in August of 2023. If you'll recall, the purpose of the audit was to assess compliance with the laws and regulations and report on the adequacy of the payroll division's processes. Audit follow-up is a requirement of professional auditing standards to monitor and ensure management actions have been effectively implemented or that senior management has accepted the risk of not taking action. The Internal Audit Division conducts this follow-up work systematically every 6 months until all the findings are resolved. The audit findings fell into 4 different categories. Software limitations, those corrective action plans are in progress. Ongoing oversight, these have been completed. These are the items that include the annual and biannual spot checks of the payroll data, and this work is being completed by the Audit Division. Documented policies, this is also in progress with the division, and employee training, which has been partially implemented. As a reminder, the internal audit function here at the city is here to establish accountability, transparency, and a culture of continuous improvements in city operations. With that, you have the recommended motion here on the screen, and the departmental management is here to answer any questions you have.
All right. Any questions for anyone? Ms. Ebert?
Yeah, did I hear you correctly when you said that you will verify, you'll follow up with these findings every 6 months until everything is fixed?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then any other council members? Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no public comment.
All right. Well, then I'm looking for a motion, please, to accept the audit follow-up reporting document. Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Reese, second from Councilmember Taylor. Any comments on this motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Then we're going to move on to item D2 and D3, and I think it is D4. It says we can open together, but we definitely need separate motions on each item. We welcome Ms. Groneman.
Good afternoon. Before I go into the presentation, I'm going to introduce Ryan Bellows with NV Energy. He just has a few words to kick off prior to the staff presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Bellows.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Ryan Bellows. I'm the Vice President of Government and External Relations at NV Energy, and grateful to be here with you today. Thanks for having us and hearing these items. We're here today seeking approval of 3 different agreements that are before you, and I wanted to just start by first discussing just briefly the Energy Partnership Agreement. And I guess even before I get into that, I'd just like to say that, you know, as a city and as this council, you guys have done just an outstanding job driving sustainability and clean energy goals. You've set great goals. You've made really good progress towards those goals. And so just like to commend the city and this council for their efforts there. So NV Energy, we serve 90% of the state of Nevada. And traditionally, we have franchise agreements in place with a city or a county. And these agreements are really long-term, you know, typically 10, 15, 20, 30-year agreements that really govern how we access our infrastructure and rights of way within cities and counties. And these agreements also provide provisions around the payment of a franchise fee to that city or county. And they're really critical agreements for both us and the city or county so that we can continue to provide safe and reliable energy service. And so as we were discussing the renewal of these more traditional franchise agreements, these long-term agreements, I think we quickly realized that we wanted to have really a more collaborative approach in place, something that could drive more frequent discussion on energy topics than every 10 or 15 years. And so what we came up with is this energy partnership agreement that you're hearing in D2. And so the energy partnership agreement really is an agreement that is first of its kind for NV Energy. We have not done one of these with any city or county in Nevada, and so this is our first one, and so we're excited about this. It really gives the city an opportunity for collaboration on the pursuit and implementation of your renewable energy goals. Carbon reduction. It also contains language around streetlight replacements and schedules there, and then also just general reliability and safety of our infrastructure within the city. And so, you know, as I mentioned, instead of waiting 10 or 15 or 20 years to discuss the city's goals and how we can achieve these, this is a mechanism to allow collaboration between us and also with the community. It's something that we can, you know, assess and address every year and more frequently than that. And so so that's kind of the outline of the energy partnership agreement and these other 2 agreements. So we are proud of our longstanding relationship with the city. Definitely want a place to have these mutual goals and a mechanism to help us get there. And so I would just like to thank the council for its input on the agreements and for working with your staff. It's been a pleasure. Both Suzanne and Jonathan Shipman have been excellent to work with and have done a great job. So that concludes just these opening comments, and certainly happy to go into further detail or answer any questions. Okay.
Fantastic. It's great that you could be here, both of you, you and Chloe. I know how hard you've worked on this agreement and the innovative aspect of the agreement. So over to you, Suzanne.
Perfect. All right. Well, good afternoon, Vice Mayor and members of council. I'm Suzanne Groneman, Sustainability Manager for the record. Today I will present 3 items. The first is an energy partnership agreement, which represents a collaborative agreement between NV Energy and the City of Reno. This agreement is city requested, it's not required, and it's not connected to the franchise agreements. Once that presentation concludes, I will move on to the next two items, an electrical system franchise agreement and a gas system franchise agreement. The latter two will allow the city to collect franchise fees from NV Energy. In October of 2023, I met with council and our staff to discuss these agreements. We met again in February of 2024 to present the final draft and concepts. First, I would like to present on the Energy Partnership Agreement. This document was requested by the City of Reno to address items not addressed in the franchise agreements because they are not part of the installation, operation, or maintenance of energy facilities. This is not a requirement of NV Energy, and if approved or not approved, has no bearing on the franchise agreements. This goes one step further to discuss other matters that are important to the City of Reno. The benefits of this agreement are it's the first of its kind. Reno is the first city in the state of Nevada to negotiate this type of agreement with NV Energy. It supports a shared vision of sustainability and resilience. It covers matters not covered in the franchise agreement, and it increases joint efforts to expand renewable energy options in our community. The matters brought forth by staff, as well as this council in October, were tree care, reliability of service, sustainability, and streetlights. Some of the commitments made in this agreement are NV Energy agrees to notify the City of Reno of any delays in response time to make necessary streetlight repairs. We agree to collaborate and innovate together to accelerate the development of electric vehicle infrastructure and to seek out federal funding, grants, and other incentive programs for electric vehicles and to pursue renewable energy projects and community-based solar resources to serve Reno. A focus on the conversion of older and unreliable electric facilities, and to work together on the implementation of a natural disaster protection plan and wildfire mitigation efforts while attempting to preserve or replace any trees that are removed through those efforts. We agree to collaborate in providing enhanced communication and solutions to residents around tree trimming and care. We agree to collaborate on accelerating the conversion of NV Energy streetlights in Reno to LEDs to be complete by the end of 2026. And NV Energy agrees to provide a report at least twice per year as to the overall percentage of streetlights converted. We agree to pursue whole building data analysis to assist Reno in achieving its goals under its adopted operational and community-wide benchmarking program. Next, I will present on the two franchise agreements. The franchise agreements align with our strategic plan, infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability. The agreements set mutually agreed upon terms for the franchisee NV Energy to install, maintain, and operate the energy facilities and/or distribution system in Reno safely and reliably. To reiterate the timeline, these agreements were discussed with Council in October of 2023 and February of 2024, which brings us here today. I would like to go over what these agreements do more specifically. These agreements allow NV Energy to install, maintain, and operate its facilities in Reno and allow us to collect franchise fees. Without the agreements, NV Energy will still operate in Reno because they have been granted the right to serve by the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. However, these allow the city to set terms agreed upon by both parties and to collect our franchise fees. What this agreement does not do, this is not a regulatory process or rule-setting process. That's reserved for the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. It does not set rates or fees charged by NV Energy to customers. This agreement is also not a competitive process. The term of the agreement is for 10 years with a 5-year auto renewal provision. The agreement sets the franchise fees at 5%, which is the same rate we currently collect. It's also the rate set in our ordinance, and this cannot be increased. Oops, sorry, not quite there yet. In rough numbers, franchise fees last year were over $20 million to the city of Reno. This is not an opportunity to negotiate the rates or other matters governed by the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. It's an opportunity to express the preferences of the city, such as repair to public roads after the completion of a project, or coordination by NV Energy with the city prior to conducting any work. So that concludes the presentation on the 3 agreements. In conclusion, I will need 3 separate motions, one for the Energy Partnership Agreement, one for the Electric Franchise Agreement, and one for the Gas Franchise Agreement, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. All right, thank you. I do have first a comment, then a question. Well, first of all, I just want to again thank both of you, Suzanne, and our energy partners here for the concept of a partnership agreement where we can move forward on making our city more sustainable. Very important, and it is hard to know how to do it in the context of a regulatory agreement, a franchise agreement that's very sort of baked. I wanted to compliment NV Energy on something that happened about a year and a half ago, and that was we had a really huge winter. And I know, you may want to move over here, Ryan, because we cannot see you. Maybe you want to move over here. We had really bad weather, and I know in one of our affordable complexes, the power went out. And these are not priority complexes for getting back online. It's not a hospital. It's not a nursing home. It's not an emergency response center like a police station or a fire station. But it did severely impact the individuals that were living in this 4-story complex and who are all seniors, many of whom are on wheelchairs. And when the elevators went out, could not navigate the building, could not leave, and could not enter. And some people needed to enter. We had people coming off hospital surgeries that needed to get back in the building, but they couldn't because they couldn't walk stairs. And our manager, Mr. Thornley, called NV Energy and asked to put them up in the queue, to move them up for getting them back online. And it's that kind of thing. And guess what? NV Energy did it. They came out, they had special folks come out and get these people hooked up. The power was restored. I personally think going forward that we should bake something like that in, that it's not just nursing facilities, but it's also senior facilities where this is common, that multi-story buildings, where when power goes out, it has a significant impact. So I think in our emergency planning, which you've identified in the partnership agreement, I think that's something we should talk about, is not just the number 1 priority, but what would be right after, getting the city operational, number 2 priority. And then a comment, if you could put the previous slide back up for just a minute. Yeah, I wanted to ask, so the 10-year term, is that just a standard term, or where does that come from? Could it be 15? Could it be 5?
Do you want to answer that one? I'll let Ryan answer that question.
Okay. And I have a question on each of these. So.
Sure, Ryan Bellows for the record. So the terms are negotiated, although they typically are 10-year terms with 5-year renewals. There are some older agreements that have actually gone for 20, 30, 40 years, but they're typically 10 years.
Okay. So it's a typical process.
Correct.
Now, in waste management, we had a 16-year franchise agreement with every 5 years a check-in, but no reopeners. And it was very frustrating to this council because there was never an opportunity to renegotiate anything. What I'm wondering is, during the 10 years, is it possible to come together to talk about something? Is that anticipated, or?
Absolutely.
What would that look like?
Yeah. Ryan Bellows, again, for the record. I think, yeah, absolutely. That could be, I think, an outgrowth of the Energy Partnership Agreement. If we find a need to amend the franchise agreement, then that would absolutely be an avenue. And we have done that in other respects with other cities, come in and amended things early when it was needed.
Okay, that's perfect. And then the 5%, it was explained to us that we're not changing that, but what does change that? What affects that, and who sets that?
So each city or county is able to select the percentage of franchise fee that is recovered and by city or county ordinance that's passed. And so City of Reno is 5%. That is a statutory cap. It's capped at 5%. And most jurisdictions are at 5%.
Gotcha. So it's a legislative cap.
Correct.
Statutory, and most go to the cap.
Correct.
Sort of like our tax system.
That's right.
Okay, all right, I understand. And then that's it. I just wondered from Suzanne about how much are the franchise fees, on an annual basis?
Suzanne Groneman for the record. So last year, they were approximately $22 million.
Okay, good. And have we done any projections for this year?
I don't have an answer to that, but I can probably get an answer to that.
Do we think they're going up? I assume, yes. Motion is they're going up. Okay. All right, let me turn to any colleagues. Want to have some comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For my part, I just want to thank you, Suzanne, and thank you, Mr. Bellows. So, Ms. Groneman, Mr. Bellows. I think this is complicated work, always with franchises and these type of agreements, but you have been able to kind of thread the areas in which we were able to ask for a little bit more and express our sustainability goals. I think certainly Sierra Pacific Power and Nevada Energy have been great partners in helping us to actualize those goals too. So I think it's great. It's a good partnership. Obviously, I think that cities always want everything they can get, and certainly because of the way that the Public Utilities Commission controls virtually all of this, we don't have a lot of ways to tinker, but where we've been able to, we have. So thank you for that. I also thank my colleague, Vice Mayor Dewar, for her keen interest in this area. It is again, rather esoteric at times, and you have to really dig in. We had a great number of commenters this morning in the public comment period that really thanked both sides of this equation for the work they're doing in sustainability. So the public knows, and they see it, and they really feel like they've had the opportunity to express their desired improvement. So thank you for that. And certainly, Madam Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to make motions when you're ready.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Yep. Councilmember Ebert.
So in the staff report, there's some great outlines of collaborative efforts between the City of Reno and NV Energy. And I'm just curious, when it comes to things like, Reno and NV Energy agree to collaborate on and innovate together to accelerate the development of electric vehicle infrastructure and seek out federal funding grants and other incentive programs for electric vehicles. Do we have like a roadmap for things like that? Are you guys working on that currently, or is that something we need to come up with?
Suzanne Groneman, for the record, we, the city, don't have a roadmap for that. The collaboration that's taken place and that we would like to continue to see are opportunities for publicly located charging that NV Energy might own. They have an interest in that. So that's one of the things that we've talked about. There's also the transportation electrification plan that NV Energy has been leading through the Public Utilities Commission that does set forth that roadmap. So we don't actually have that, but there's other efforts. And this was an attempt to sort of solidify and say, we're going to keep talking and working on bringing all those together to make sure that we are citing public charging, not just fleet charging like we've been working on.
Okay, so this is something we want to do, but we don't really have a way to do it right now?
No, we don't have a roadmap per se. There are programs and plans in place in which we're trying to take advantage of to get publicly located charging in place through some of those plans that are already in existence.
Okay, so NV Energy would know who to contact at Reno, and you would know who to contact if something comes available at Reno, like that's on everyone's radar?
It is, yes.
Okay, and then there's another one on here that says, NV Energy agrees to work with the City of Reno to identify opportunities to convert propane and fuel oil homes. How is the City of Reno identifying those, and how is that being communicated to NV Energy? How does that work?
Suzanne Groneman, for the record. So that is in there based on something we've already been working on. There are some homes in Reno that are on fuel oil and propane. And when the opportunity arises, we look at whether or not those are candidates for natural gas or for like electrification initiatives. Is there funding available for electrification or conversion? And so we do have those conversations. We already do reach out to NV Energy when those opportunities arise. And NV Energy does reach out to the city when those opportunities arise, and they are working in the space where those homes exist. We already have that communication, and we look for those opportunities.
Great, so if that comes up, if that comes to the City of Reno's attention,
Yes.
there's a trigger that says we need to reach out to NV Energy and see if we can use some other heating source or whatever. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Yep.
All right, anyone else? Okay, I have one final one. So within the partnership agreement, I know it spoke about sustainable energy sources and things like that. I want to remind everyone that the city of Reno ourselves have approximately 14 solar installations, and some of those are on rooftops, some of those are on the ground. And what I want to do is I want to put in a priority to work on rooftop solar with the city for our residents. We have a lot of rooftops here in Reno. I know that the trend has been to go to the wide open spaces in the rural counties and build giant solar, fields. But we have a lot of open rooftops. And I keep hearing from people when I meet with them that they push forward and installed rooftop or they didn't get support. I know when I installed rooftop, this is way before I got on council, I was lucky enough to work with NV Energy and get a grant for the installation. And that really helped defray the costs. And I don't know where we stand on that. I don't know if those kind of grants are still available, but I would love to see what we could do together. And I know it's a decentralized, and I know that NV Energy on the community solar their desire was to own the installation. But in this case, the homeowners own the installation. Although there are cases in companies in Southern Nevada where these installations are leased from third-party companies, and so there's all kind of ways to set this up. But in the last 10 years, I've seen fairly low adoption of rooftop solar in Reno as compared to what you might think. You might think we're in the perfect place. Why isn't it more common? And I think there's barriers to adoption, and I'd love for you to collaboratively explore those. The other thing is I want there to be a recognition on the issue of rooftop solar, particularly when this issue last came to the PUC, which was like 10 years ago. The city of Reno, because we have these installations, we would have been affected by the loss of net metering. So our monetary calculation, our financial payback would have been vastly changed if the PUC had done away with net metering, for example. It was grandfathered in for 20 years from that date, but that date was 10 years ago, and so we only have another 10 years on the grandfathering. And so I think it's important to continue keeping that front and center and make sure that the city of Reno's installations are kept whole. And so that's something else that you might want to continue talking about. And just for the benefit of the council as a whole, what we did last time was to represent our interests. We had to hire an attorney that was an expert in energy policy, and we hired that attorney in collaboration with Washoe County, Sparks, Carson City, Fernley, in other words, about 6, maybe even more than 6 different government entities to collaboratively represent us. And so even with the partnership agreement, that's a regulatory, undertaking, and something like that might still have to happen. But anyway, all right. Well, just getting those comments on the record. Any more comments from anyone? All right, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Vice Mayor, on D2, I move to approve the energy partnership agreement between the City of Reno and Sierra Pacific Power Company doing business as an NV Energy Corporation to express a joint commitment to collaborate on planning for local projects and initiatives in Reno.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on this. Any comment? All right, all in favor?
I just have a
yes.
comment. I
Yes,
would
please.
also, to Councilmember Dewar's point, would also like to see more solar on roofs. We have a lot of sunshine here. I think it makes sense, especially in those public areas. I think we have a lot of opportunity in maybe our parks area to have solar panels put over parking. I think that would be an advantage to everyone.
Right?
I will just, Suzanne Groneman for the record, I will just add one piece. The Nevada Clean Energy Fund was recently awarded $156 million in solar for all, and we are one of the partners in that
Wonderful.
grant.
Yeah,
So
well, if that's
we'll
something we
start
can
seeing a
look
lot more
into.
of it.
That'd be
Okay,
great.
fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great.
And I don't know if that's something that could be used in conjunction with EV vehicle charging stations also on public land. So anyhow, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor, on item D3, I move to approve the electrical system franchise agreement granted to Sierra Pacific Power Company doing business as NV Energy.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on D3. Any comments? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor, on item D4, I move to approve the gas system franchise agreement granted to Sierra Pacific Power Company doing business as NV Energy.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments on this motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations, kudos.
Thank you.
Good job. Good
We're in a
job.
good new place. Thank you. All right. Okay, we are going to move on. Let me just grab my agenda. And now we are moving on to item E, which we have no ordinances, either for introduction. We have one for adoption under item F.
Madam Vice Mayor, on F1, when appropriate, I'm prepared to move.
Yeah. Who is our presenter on item F1?
I don't need a presentation, Madam
No, I
Vice
just
Mayor.
wondered, you said if we're ready, I didn't know. Is there
Item-
anyone from staff?
Item F1, I believe, is Mr. Woodley.
And Mr. Hall has something to read, I think.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and read the
Yeah, please.
ordinance. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6678, an ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code, Title 6, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 6.04, entitled Definitions, Chapter 6.06, entitled Rules of the Road, and Chapter 6.30, entitled Parking Violations, Civil Infractions, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
I move to adopt.
All right.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comment on the motion? All in favor, please, well, let me ask, do I need public comment, Madam Clerk, on this one? I think I do.
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment on this
All right,
item.
thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And then we are up to item H1. And H1 is council comments and announcements. Anyone? I'll go down from Mr. Martinez, Ms.
Nothing from
Taylor.
me, thank you.
Okay, please.
I'm kidding.
Proceed in your 3 minutes. No? Okay, nothing for you. No?
No.
All right, and I have nothing either. Okay, well, we are moving on to our final item of adjournment, because I'm not seeing Jay public comment. Do we have any final
We-
public comment?
We do have
Oh,
written
good.
correspondence. If you're in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, for the record, we did receive 8 letters of correspondence either after 4 p.m. yesterday that were general in nature or not directly associated with an item. 6 letters of support and 2 letters of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council. We do not have any hands raised in the Zoom meeting, and so I am looking for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.